とても大きくて小さな叫び声は誰に届くの？仮初めの夢の先には戸惑うような景色、うなるような風が過ぎればきっと世界は美しいからありのままに秘熱はいつか快楽となり狂気なる弦はにさえ気づかずそれできっと誰かのために信じられる君のために走るんだ生きるんだ運命は変えられるってそう僕たちはもう知ってる
Hello, everybody. It's time for the finale, the very last Frederica Friday of the main story. Because as I said, there is an epilogue chapter that will be coming the week after next, but technically, it's the finale. It's the big one. I'm very excited. Before I get to the donations that you guys have so graciously sent in already, and thank you for that, I will read those off in just a moment. I would like to go over our itinerary for tonight, because tonight's going to be a bit of a big one. So we just did the intro. By the way, because of that song that just played, and for another one that we'll be playing later, this stream is absolutely getting demonetized, so thank you for your donations. Very much appreciated. I will tank the hit so you can experience peak. Next up, as with the finale of the Umineko streams, I am holding a funding incentive for a thing. That thing being a thing that you've nearly already halfway funded, which is that I will get a Higurashi tattoo if we fund that goal by the end. Caro, thank you for becoming a channel member. Yes, just like I did with Umineko, I will get a tattoo to commemorate Higurashi if we fund this goal by the end of the stream. And to give you a look at the design, this is what it will look like. I haven't exactly decided where I'm going to put it yet, but I'm thinking probably on the opposite side of the same arm that I have the Umineko tattoo on. Very cute Rika. Which is from the manga, by the way. So, there's that. For this stream in particular, by the way, obviously there is the main bulk of the arc left, but stay tuned till the very end for some special stuff as well, because not only do we have the rest of the arc left, we have the extras, which includes the staff room, but there is also some additional stuff that is not just the staff room. Very important stuff. You'll just have to wait and see what that is, but it is very important. Then after that, I will be showing off an animatic that I made for the series to commemorate it, using a song that I heavily associate with Higurashi. Again, just like I did at the end of the Umineko streams, using the manga art is how I made it. I think I did a pretty good job with it. I hope you'll look forward to that. And then, after that, we will have our usual discussion and art corner. And then, after discussion and art corner, when we're finally ready to roll on out of here, I will be showing an outro that previews what our next Big Friday series will be. So, you're gonna want to be here the whole time. You're gonna want to be strapped to your seat. You're gonna want to be fucking seated, because we got a lot to get to. But before we start, I will go ahead and read these donation messages that came in while we were doing all this intro. Digimaniac33 with the $50. Hello all, not staying for the stream. I am horrendously far behind on Higurashi, unfortunately. Aw. But congratulations on reaching the end of this journey. Looking forward to reaching this point myself when I finally catch up. We'll see you when you get here. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. Indigo with the 10 pounds. Hi. Hi, Indigo. Peanut Kicks with the $50. Again, super generous, thank you. Thank you for doing all these streams. It's been an awesome way to fully re-experience the story after reading it for the first time over a decade ago. I'm very happy to hear that. Kitty with the 10 pounds. The Frederica Friday of all time. Absolutely. Nozo with the $10. I don't think a message got attached to that one. But thank you. Indigo with the 5 pounds. Also, Atropos might be late or absent today, so everyone send them love from the present past. Love to Atropos. Make sure that it's not... My scroll bar is so finicky. There we go. Vera with the $5. Thank you for doing these streams. Never thought I'd enjoy the When They Cry series, but your streams got me deep. I am very happy to hear that. Thank you. Already noted Caro. Annie McGarden with the 100 euros. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. My partner and I won't be able to stay for the last stream, but we will see it tomorrow. This is a small thank you for the hard work. Thank you very, very much. Very generous. I appreciate that. And, oh, whoops, I did send a message, but, did it not show up in my pane for some reason? Hold on, let me scroll. Okay, yeah, it did. It shows it on the chat. For some reason, it didn't show it on the little notification pane. I'll read that off, though. Thank you so much for the streams. Both Umineko and Higurashi are stories that I've come to truly love, and these streams have made them far more accessible to me and others I've shown your streams. Thank you. I'm also very glad to hear that, of course. Always, always glad to introduce people to my favorite hyperfixation. Okay. With that being said, I think we're ready now. So, let's hop to it. Earthman No Earth with the $10. Rika only needed 7 people to make her miracle happen. You've got like 60 people watching right now, so you could blow that dinky little miracle out of the water. I mean, absolutely. We literally just started reading. I haven't even started, like, speaking the lines yet, and we already met 92% of the donation goal, which is not at all dissimilar to how it was with the Umineko finale either, so, again, thank you. Now it's just time to see how much comically over that goal we get by the end of the stream. It's just like a running bit. Anywho. Let me switch out my filter real quick, because I know I'm gonna need that cave filter in just a second. Alright. In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Mion, fucking piece of shit. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Vera with the $2, and many streams later, you'll have a full sleeve. Yeah, one of these days. Oh, wait, did I skip that? Ah. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Wait. Oh, okay. No, that was this line. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Yeah, there we go. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted, and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would only be the second or the third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Irie checked Shion's left ear with a penlight.
I'm not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged. Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all?
No, I'll be just fine. Irie wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Are you surprised? That the manager of the Hinamizawa fighters was in a gunfight, I mean?
Yeah, I am. I heard you were ready to give up your own life. Maibara-san told me.
Jeez. Things like that sound cool in the moment, but when you survive, they're pretty embarrassing, huh? Oh, man. If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but Sis does. Jay with the $5. Your streams have been so great. Have listened to all of this and Umineko. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't mean to tease you, but you're talking about Satoshi-kun, aren't you?
Well, I don't know. Who knows where he could be? I don't even know if he's alive or dead.
He's alive.
Huh? Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Irie answered immediately.
Satoshi Houjyou-kun is alive. He developed terminal symptoms due to excessive stress last year.
Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant.
I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used on Satoko-chan. But Satoko-chan was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi-kun's treatment has been very difficult. It's still going on.
Satoshi-kun... he's... still... alive.
I'm sorry for not telling you this until now. Satoshi-kun is in the basement of the clinic.
Nightmare Luna, I'm not sure. I didn't see one from you. Let me scroll through just to make sure. Yeah. do not see one. Shion and Irie returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Keiichi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were.
Do you think there might be some kind of device on Dr. Irie's clothes? Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides? Do you mean my coat?
Excuse me, let me check.
Shion checked Irie over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar.
This is probably it. This is how they found us without following the car.
Damn it. As long as we have this button, it's possible for us to create a diversion, right? A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away. And while the clinic is short on staff, we attack and rescue Tomitake-san. I think that's the best way.
In that case, the decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills.
Yeah, that area would be perfect. It's pretty vast, so the enemy will have to bring lots of men, rendering the clinic practically empty.
JunePop45 with the $20. Gotta skip it live, but thank you for reading Higurashi. I'm ashamed to say I only realized that it was peak by chapter 5. Everyone keep throwing good vibes at Marcy. Me, Nipa. Thank you, June. At least you realized eventually.
We'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic. Mr. Tomitake is there, so they'll probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him.
In that case, we should add something they want more than Tomitake to the decoy unit. Are you sure, Rika? Yes. As long as I'm with everyone else in Satoko's hills, I won't be caught. Only we club members know the hill well enough. So maybe it's a good idea to use us as the decoy unit.
Yeah, that works. So, the adult unit will attack the clinic while the decoy unit lures the enemy away. What's the chance of success?
As long as Akasaka-san pretends not to see anything. Since I heard you're a policeman.
Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun.
I'm off duty now.
Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire, too. Irie tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous.
Have you ever used a machine gun before? No. I've only ever used handguns. Then maybe you should get used to it. Make sure you have a full magazine at all times. And have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck. And Kasai-san, is that a shotgun? The odd number shots are slug bullets. And they can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls.
Wow. I know people call you Shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert, huh?
Shotguns are very deadly. Therefore, even without firing a shot, my opponents may surrender. By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them.
Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fistfight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There is always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight.
Well then, I have to go, huh? We lack firepower. I'll bring my Ingram to support you.
But are you okay, Shion? How's your ear?
No, it's all better now. I'm back to normal. Sorry to make you worry.
Shion, what did I just say?
Huh? Of course, I heard it.
Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear.
Shion, it's too dangerous. To be honest with you, you shouldn't even be in this decoy unit. You should just hide some...
Oh, you shouldn't even be in the decoy unit, sorry.
You should just hide somewhere.
Sis, listen. I now have a reason why I have to go to the clinic. But if I mention it, Satoko is going to want to come too. But she just can't. There will be an indoor fight. The enemy will fire at us.
Do you mean?
Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear.
It's too dangerous, Shion-san. Please think it over.
Satoko, Shion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit's counting on you. Concentrate on your job.
Shi-chan. You know, right, Rena-san? You know I'm not planning to die. Yeah, I do. Determined girls can never die. That's right. Even if they kill me, I won't die.
Girl. Lines. Shion and Rena gave each other a high five.
Okay, then it's decided. Let's get moving. I'll take the button. Here you are. Good luck, Rika-chama. You too, Shi. You believe strongly in a miracle, and now it's going to happen. Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you. I think there were days I didn't believe. I think someone even admonished me for that. It's difficult to keep believing, isn't it? But you believed. You regretted not believing, so you believed. So please cherish this day. Your strong will brought about today, and you will no longer have to suffer what you've been suffering up until now. Hey, are you my sister's new friend? I don't know your name, but thank you. Yeah, I think it'll go well. Of course it'll go well. Oyashiro-sama guarantees it.
The Mountain Dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. Blookie's Corner with the $50, once again, so generous, thank you. What Junepop said, feels bad I can't stay for the stream since I still have chapter 7 to get through, but have fun, question mark, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. They were now ready to attack again. Oh yeah, and we're already over the 100% mark on the donation goal. I knew that was gonna happen. I think that happened with the last donation. But again, like I said, I guess we'll just have to see how comically over we get by the end. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the Mountain Dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order for the attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why that order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Irie was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Irie had gone even further down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. R and her friends had to come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again.
Scheduled report from Skylark 2.
the fuck? Why are you telling me that my microphone has no signal? That is not true. Don't lie to me. Streamlabs. Anyway.
Scheduled report from Skylark 2. All clear. They can't stay quiet for that long. We have to be patient. They'll turn up. By the way, where's the princess? I believe she's interrogating First Lieutenant Tomitake. She's trying to talk him into joining our side. At this point, that may be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. With the princess gone and no phone calls from Tokyo, I can finally enjoy this cool air-conditioned breeze. Commander, there's a radio call from Tokyo. It's from Nomura-san, and it's for you, not for the Major. Good grief. Yeah, if the phone's no good, they'll use a radio, huh? Well, wonder what the Queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Okinogi of the Mountain Dogs here. Over.
Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room.
It's almost 11 a.m. What a long day. I was woken up so early and it's not even noon yet.
Tomitake didn't reply.
Jiro-san, do you think you can help me? I don't need the Mountain Dogs. I only want you. The Mountain Dogs can't comfort me. I finally realized that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Jiro-san, you knew that, right? That was why you acted that way, right? You thought there was no use in trying to sympathize, and you tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? You only pretended to be insensitive, to help me enjoy myself, didn't you? I'm not speaking to you as Major Takano. I'm speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still won't talk to me?
Nightmare Luna 69 with the $10. Thank you for all the streams and fun times, Marcy. Can't wait to see the tattoo you get. Nipa. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, as soon as I get it, which it'll still probably be like a few weeks or so at the least. Just because of like how busy my next few weeks are gonna be. I will definitely take pictures and post them on Blue Sky on my community tab, etc., etc.
A hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number. May only give, yeah, not only, yeah, whatever.
Takano hung her head.
I don't have the key to those handcuffs. Sorry.
That's fine. I didn't ask you to remove them.
Would you like a cup of coffee?
No thanks. I don't want you to have to help me go to the bathroom in this position.
It was hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomitake had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems.
If you must kill me, I'm alright with that. I made my peace when I was caught.
Yeah. I was planning to kill you tonight. I'm glad you're prepared for that.
Good. Then my resolve won't go to waste.
Hey. Don't you want to live? If you promise to join me, you won't have to die. My superiors say there's no point in keeping you alive, but I'll work something out.
Who are your superiors?
I don't know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I'm sure that's not her real name. I really don't know.
But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right?
I only talked to her a few times. When I think back, she probably just wanted to use me. But at the same time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me.
I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I wish I could have been there for you.
Yeah. If you were there, that would have been so nice.
Nobody has died yet.
But I'm going to kill them.
You have your masterminds, but there are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up this issue. You may think that it's too late to do anything about it, but you're wrong. There's still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear.
And my grandfather's research on the syndrome will disappear too, won't it?
Takano-san, what do you want to happen?
Takano closed her eyes for a bit while she came up with an answer. Her grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual, and yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit.
Will you be satisfied with that?
Sure. I'll be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life.
I asked you before. You're going to disappear after this operation, aren't you? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled, and she will vanish from the face of the earth. You'll return to being Miyoko Tadashi. That's your real name, isn't it?
How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly.
Yeah, that's right. Soon enough, I'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi.
Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That's what you said, right?
Yes, I did. I'll have to go back inside of that metal fence. Have you experienced something like that, Jiro-san?
Takano told Tomitake about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people.
I'm going to return to that place. And this time grandfather won't help me. So I'll die. If I was dead, I wouldn't exist here. If I wasn't here, then there wouldn't be an idiot institute. I wouldn't be stuck living out such a bizarre fate.
You're planning to die, aren't you?
I'm supposed to be rewarded after the operation, but I don't believe that. I might be suddenly killed one day.
Don't you have someone who you can trust?
My clients are just clients. They're not my allies. But the mountain dogs are. I paid them more than enough.
But you can't truly trust them, can you?
They're my allies. They caught you, and they're trying to catch R and her friends as we speak. They're helping me.
But that's not the kind of ally you need right now.
You're right. They aren't the kind of ally I need right now.
Takano paused. She paused because Tomitake had just said exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomitake disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomitake.
Jiro-san, I paid the mountain dogs a few 100 million yen to be on my side. I have a little more than 100 million yen left. How much do I need to pay you?
You should think about how much it really costs to get what you truly want.
That's rather a pretentious thing to say in this situation. You want me to say it's something I can't buy with money, right?
Why don't you give up? You may be able to tame the mountain dogs with your money, but that won't work on me.
But I want you on my side. If you want, I'll give you everything, not just money. You can do whatever you want to do with me. If you want me to lick your shoes, I will. Isn't that enough?
Tomitake didn't reply. It was an affirmation by silence, but a signal to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say, in the most saddening form of silence for her.
I'll make you breakfast every morning. I'll show up before you when we meet. I'll never make you wait just to test you. Isn't that enough? Jiro-san.
Tomitake didn't say a word. He couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up.
This is Takano.
I see. Understood.
I'll be right there.
Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found our. We found Irie's signal too. They must already know the roads are closed and are trying to escape through the mountains on foot. It won't be easy to hunt them there, but we're actually at an advantage since there's nobody else around. See you, Jiro-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still, Tomitake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work.
It appears they came out... Oh, wait. Is this over the... Yeah. It appears that they came out above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined the mountains on the map.
Are you saying they split up when they met back up? Okay, yeah, he's here.
They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I'm sure they're confident that they know their way around the mountains well enough. If there are too many trees or if the bushes are too high, our weapons won't work as well as they should. That's what the karate guy would think, at least.
Okanogi was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. They can't escape this time. We must catch them before they get to Okinomiya.
Yes, I know. Since they know the mountains better than we do, we'll have to get serious. All our units will besiege and overrun them. All units! Do you hear that? Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are gonna try and score a goal. The goal's Okinomiya. Don't let them get there. The karate guy is mine, though. I'll absolutely bring him down.
Phoenix here, roger that. Nightingale here, roger that. Skylark here, roger that. Heron here, roger that.
All units, move out! If we fail, it's game over.
Quite so. We cannot fail. I'll take command of the course from here. Do you think it'll be alright to leave Tomitake behind?
Sure. We're leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if the enemy came at them with double that number, they'll be fine. The karate guy will be more of a problem. We simply can't underestimate him.
The security unit guarded the basement of the Irie Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okanogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target, the perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The vans separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out.
Commander, all units are standing by in position.
Very well. Major, please give the order.
This is Takano. Make sure you capture R alive. I don't care if you kill the rest. Don't let them escape! Finish it right there!
Nightingale, Skylark, Aaron, start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper, and then we'll be the reserve. Be ready for anything.
This is Phoenix 7, roger that.
Let's begin.
The Mountain Dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle.
Okanogi, how many people do you usually need to search a mountain?
It's hard to say, but I'm sure that the more people we have, the better the position we'll be in. But all the mountain dogs put together wouldn't even be close to enough.
But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage? Well, you know what people always say. It takes thrice the forces to break a defense.
We have twice more than that on our side.
Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The U.S. Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War.
Then in this case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanogi?
Whatever works, I guess.
I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force?
Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander's extremely brilliant. They also have at least 2 weapons experts, and at least 1 close combat expert.
Okay, I see that. But the rest are all kids, aren't they?
That's what I'd think too, but we're in their territory. One kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They're more troublesome than you think, Major.
Then tell me how great of a force you'll need to actually suppress them.
We'll need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 or 4 mountain dogs make a battalion, and 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. And finally, 3 or 4 regiments make a division.
Are you saying that we need 30 times as many people?
Of course, that alone isn't enough. We'd need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advance bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs.
You've got to be kidding me! We don't have that much force at our disposal! What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower?
Well, it won't be easy, that's for sure.
Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seems to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it.
Although this is their territory, I just got there a little while ago. They don't have a base, and they didn't even have time to set up traps. I don't think they've had enough time to use their knowledge of the mountain to their advantage.
As Takano listened to Okanogi's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her about all kinds of traps she'd set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Satoko was talking about.
Skylark to base. We've located some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching.
We can use them as hostages. Capture them even if R isn't there.
Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route.
Roger, we'll back you up.
Well, of course. They'd want to cut off our escape route, wouldn't they? Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well.
Wow. This just went as much unexpected.
Well then, let's see what they've got, huh?
Can we win? Can we?
What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They need at least 1 division. But they're trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We'll just see how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in one piece today.
Damn it! This is Skylark 4, we've been attacked! Shit, don't let them get away! They let loose tons of logs! Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue. And we'll go on without him. Don't let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to rest. This is Skylark oh wait.
This is Skylark 11. We've encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 have probably have concussions. They'd be dead if we weren't lucky. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I'm tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I can't cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter.
Chaotic radio transmissions came in one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position.
Nightingale 10 to base. Those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help! Huh? What? Stop! What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10! This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We're unharmed, but unable to escape. Shit! Base to Nightingale. Your backup's been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out! This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There's no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base. We failed in our pursuit. We lost them. This is impossible. This mountainsite's full of traps. We've already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Karin 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately.
Jedi reel with the Canadian $2.
This is Phoenix 5. I stepped on a Lego.
Oh, wow. That sucks. You don't call them Legos?
No, sir. The plural's just Lego.
Huh. Well, fuck me, I guess. They split up, huh? Their plans to confuse and entangle us with traps. Karin 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Karin 1. Karin 1?
Karin 2 to base! Karin 1's trapped! Come on, somebody cut the rope! The rest of you keep going! Don't let R escape! Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible that they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Karin 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of those ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. Ah! There's one of them now! I'll chase them down. Damn it, I'm gonna get you! Stop, Skylark 13! You can't take them down by yourself!
Come out wherever you are. Come on this way.
Damn kids! Wait right there!
Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged snarl on his face, but Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Horohoro's ran with the $2. I fought the grade school and the grade school won. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. Hey, cool it with those name drops! Cool it with those name drops! You know the rules. Remove those posts! As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. What do you mean by this, dude? He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the rope of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought.
She's trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13! I chased one of them to an open field. I'll catch her. I'll get her. This is
Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you. That isn't a girl, that's a demon. If you chase her, you'll end up in hell. Base to Skylark 13. That's enough! Wait for assistance! Some nearby members are on their way.
What's the matter, huh? If you want to catch me, you need to step forward about 10 meters.
It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that would mean there'd be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. But it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps.
Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step? Come on.
Shit! How was he gonna take his first step? That area with weeds looked suspicious, but the bare ground looked suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No. That was what she wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one?
Skylark 13, from what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them. Don't, Skylark 13. This is Nightingale Lake, the one tied to the tree root. And the tree stumps must be traps. There are too many stumps there, and that's just too suspicious. Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Don't go into any bushes, it's dangerous. Don't step on the weeds. The open ground's dangerous too.
Shit. Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly?
What on earth are you doing? I'm growing bored waiting for you.
This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up. My head is being patted by one of the targets. She says that it's a trap field. Huh? Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful.
You've gotta be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? And what about all those other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? We mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. Yet this little girl's playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely gonna get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop?
5 steps.
What?
If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win.
I see. You're confident, aren't you? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you gonna do?
Let's see. I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I'll get you before you even take your 5th step.
Stupid fucking kid!
Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you. She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you. She can read your mind. We can't defeat her. Base to Skylark 13. Don't go any farther. That's enough. Nightingale's almost there. Just stay in position.
But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps? 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I'm in then. 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right?
How many times do you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once unless he's whispering words of love.
Damn you, kid!
Skylark 13! She's going to read your mind!
Calm down. That's right. I'm Skylark 13. I'm cool-headed, just like Golgo. So I need to keep a level head and think. Right. She's already onto my thoughts. Hodohodos ran with the $2, whispers sweet nothings at you, Higurashi. She can see how I'll think if I have to take 5 steps towards her.
Whatever do you mean by that?
This is what it means. I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards. I did it. I did it. I was certain that it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I can go backwards, too.
That's why you're done with those 5 steps.
Skylark 13 down!
The fool. He let her mess with him. Satoko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and enemies' formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Satoko, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi or Rena. Then they prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Rena contributed to the fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide, and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Satoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training. But no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage done to the other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with.
Keiichi was successful. He bundled them all up nicely together. Nipa! Oh, Satoko did it too. She finished off all of them.
Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one, huh? Okay, my lovelies, what are you going to do now? About 30% of your southern army's dropped out. At least 1 or 2 men have to respond to calls from injured soldiers. And what that means is that they hardly have anyone left. Any decent commander would order a retreat right around now.
This is Skylark 1. We have too many injured men in our unit. We don't have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up. Skylark 1, we may have been badly damaged, but we're definitely narrowing the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you've got. Shit! Skylark 1 to all units. The commander's basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more and we'll resume the march.
Takano-san is so mad that she won't allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because his request to withdraw was denied, and they have to resume the march. Here's our chance. Rika-chan! Meet up with Rena and lure them into Section Z. The traps there is something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move on to Section X. What a fun game.
Oh, Mion's in perfect form. If she was born in a different era, her name would have been in the history books.
If you ask me, Nelson and Togo are both mediocre. It's like I can see this mountain inside and out. Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom, but when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler... Don't say that! I mean, I know you're just demonstrating your point, but she would never! Anyway. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the mountain dogs could think calmly, they would have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomitake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight that Mion preferred. She didn't intend to let it just be a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main forces on these mountains. Yet most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theories that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit members, led by Irie, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic.
Let's go. The security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe.
You want to attack from the side? Are you sure?
Our enemy's completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright. Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office? Yes. I didn't close the windows when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as the security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement's being observed by a security camera, so they'll find us right away.
Okay, then we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route.
We'll go in through the office and then the security room on the first floor.
They moved forward, walking against the wall so that they'd remained in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. Irie was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Irie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Irie brought over a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said, Construction Plan for the Irie Clinic.
This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. It's right next to the office. These red marks are the security cameras. The security room on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. The basement will be a lot more difficult. This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell to the second floor in the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there. And this is the staircase to the basement. That's quite the wait, that's Kasai. That's quite the basement. It's actually bigger than the section above ground. That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic.
And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh? Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door just in case we can't use it?
It's a strong door. When destroying all of the evidence, we're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place. So it's an airproof door, huh? If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong.
So, there must be no other way in other than by using the access card.
It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano-san and I have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice, they can't block my card. In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right? But if that doesn't work, we'll have the guards in the security room on the first floor open it. Their card should work fine. I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though.
If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right?
I'd rather not do that. Let's just hope my card works. Where's the security room for the basement? It's located right next to the door. That room has an air conditioning and TV, so basically it's where all the security guards end up gathering. After we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left.
6 guards, huh? Then we'll have to get them all at once. If we don't, they'll set off an alarm. Unless we can cut the wires for it?
I'm not sure where, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring.
Then that's a no-go. It'd be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed?
The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I've heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All the security guards in the basement have guns, though. I think they have more powerful guns in their security room, too. Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of a lower caliber. They won't be accurate when used at a long range, but they're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters.
They had an MP5 earlier. It won't be good for us if they have several more of those. But if we can take them out, the basement's ours. Coach, where is Satoshi-kun?
I'd rather not move him, but we can't leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let's move him somewhere safe. I need to be with him too.
Which room is Satoshi-kun in?
He's in a confinement room down there. He's been staying there since last year.
Satoshi-kun.
The look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. And besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. Borklaser 9000, thank you for renewing your channel membership. You're almost at 2 years! Let's go! That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them.
Put your hands on your heads.
The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew that they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew that they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh.
So far, so good. The real challenge is the basement. They'll see us on the security camera.
Is the camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections?
I think so. It's one of those typical screens for security camera.
That means its resolution isn't that great, huh? In that case, I have an idea.
Shion-san, maybe they've already suffered enough.
The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone.
Phoenix 1 to Phoenix. Break time's over. We're moving in. We're taking over Heron's positions. You've already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy steadily retreated and we almost have them surrounded. We're almost there. We'll use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I'm going in too. We'll finish them off. Hey, the Commander's going as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack. I can't believe this. Most of our units been defeated? Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they?
The security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing.
Hey! It's Director Idiot! What?
They could see the 2 security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl.
This is Director Idiot, right? What's going on? I get it. The unit fighting against the mountain dogs are a diversion. Those 2 are here to rescue Tomitake. Call the Major and let her know that we have the Director.
A buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer, Pass, ID 0001, Special Grade 1. Lieutenant Colonel, Kyosuke Irie, Director. Password. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Match. Huh? How strange. The security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? Ah! One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the 4 newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desks onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other 2 guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed.
Shit! We can do it!
But they're stuck in that room. While they're there, we can rescue Satoshi-kun and Tomitake-san.
The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside.
Right. I think there was something about dealing with intruders in the security system.
Irie started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Irie remembered, a voice came on over the speakers.
There has been an emergency in the entrance block. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance to area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat.
So we'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes or we'll be in big trouble.
What kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous?
I think it's a...
Phenylcyanoarsine? I don't know.
If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Isn't that also called red agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories.
They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly.
Damn, this won't work! We can't aim and shoot in this situation!
The basics of indoor combat. Grenades, huh? Shit, we don't have any.
If we rush in, we'll be shot at. What can we do?
Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach. Damn it!
Shion pressed her forehead against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke.
Everyone, let me handle this.
The guards in the security room were on edge, too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole.
Is it a magnum? No, that's a slug!
A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door.
Correct. This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right? Shit!
The power of a slug bullet's limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered, and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door. the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about that door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing.
You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? If you don't want to die, please turn the alarm off.
Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. We have to hang in there just for a few more seconds.
Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens?
Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way.
We don't have time. I'll give you 5 seconds. If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, well, be prepared for that.
Hey, what do we do? There are about 60 seconds left before the gas is released. Calm down. He's nervous too. Don't let him take control of the situation.
That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs.
Hey, I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said?
It must have been coming from the same person, but it had changed so much so quickly.
I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you a bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit? You don't think I'm serious, do you? Huh? Answer me!
A roar and an explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it shattered, scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto the guard's head and yelled at the other.
All right! Who wants to be minced first, huh? Is it you? What happened to that attitude just now, huh?
No! I give up! Don't shoot!
Don't waste my time, you shithead! Do you want to die? I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you!
It's just sorry! Please don't kill me!
They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what had just happened. There were several of them and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through.
What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? You can easily rip your masks off, you know. Turn the fucking alarm off already!
Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot.
One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards.
Kasai, you are...
I never wanted to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it.
That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibone were so afraid of.
Let's hurry. The alarm's gone off already. We can't stay for long. You're right. Let's hurry.
Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them.
Satoshi-kun. Where is Satoshi-kun?
Now that the security room was under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her away from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run.
I'm going too. We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomitake-san.
All right, go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Irie said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about a reunion with Satoshi, and she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard's waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of this situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But, today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But, in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie. And if Irie didn't do anything, the dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But there was even... was there even a way for Irie to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had.
Ow! Damn it, Director, ow!
Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted.
Sorry. I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun.
Shion's eyes were filled with tears.
Okay, Director. Could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I don't want to get shot with that.
Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai-san from earlier. You can do it!
Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here? In this basement of the Irie Institute? What? Don't assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain? What?
If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck.
H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series. There's no treatment, and symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, you'll scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within 1 minute.
That's a lie!
30 seconds have passed. It's going through your heart by now, and soon it will be everywhere in your body. Don't your lymph nodes itch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep?
Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable.
Shit! Okay, I give up! Hurry and give me the shot!
Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you?
Okay, I give up, sir. Please give me the shot.
No, that's not good enough. That's not how you talk to your master. I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor. God damn it, idiot. Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go. Shake your butt and beg me to give you the answer. Oh my god, dude. What, you can't do that? That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed complete loyalty to their masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and culture we enjoy today. But look what's happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays. Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tanned their skin, started wearing loose socks and flashy Hawaiian fashion. What happened to Japanese women of the good old days? Be careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin to keep it smooth.
What are you talking about? Bro, what is he saying?
Socks must be knee-high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too. But once in a while, high socks are okay too, and cultivate the spirit of a maid. Come to think, Japan has forgotten all about its wabi-sabi aesthetics and maids. The low birth rate in the age society are a result of that. The population continues to age, and it's only a matter of time before Moe media accommodates to that. Up until now, older women's series were treated as a niche in porn. Dude, what? But eventually, they'll occupy a huge corner.
Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. If you mix them together, then you get housekeepers, not maids. And housekeepers will be the series of videos people watch. That would mean the extinction of maids. When that time comes, the moon will shatter into a sad rain upon the world and an asteroid belt will cover the earth. That is the judgment day prophesized in Revelation. Dude, this fucking scene, dude. When the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will revive. Ha ha ha! Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Kneel! Take back the stone from that kid. Here are the magic words. Vite latoparaita maid! Made in heaven!
Fucking JoJo reference.
Are you okay, Shion-chan?
Yes, thank you. Coach.
Akasaka-san and Kasai are here. They got him.
What?
But I'm not finished teaching him about maids yet.
You can continue later, Doctor.
Arhabaki Gaming with the $2. Cool. Emporio beat his ass. I can't stand him. True! True! Kitty with the £5. Go, idiot. You give him that migraine. Literally confuse him to death. Ah, Jesus. Anyway. Enough of that.
Satoshi-kun!
There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to prove that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale, and he looked like there was barely any life left in him.
He is alive, right? Satoshi-kun is alive, isn't he?
Calm down. Dr. Urie, hurry!
Irie brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up.
Hurry! Put Satoshi-kun on it!
Shion-san, before we take him out of here, there's the one thing that I want you to promise me.
Irie gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought.
I'm going to move him onto the stretcher. But don't try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me.
Why? Why can't I wake him up?
That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Irie was telling her that she couldn't do that.
I know it's hard. I'm going to tell you the truth quickly. Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he's alive. But he can't tell his friends from his enemies, or truth from fiction. He's suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. He would even attack you.
Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were 2 belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed, and that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them.
But is he ever going to get better?
The silence that followed was cruel. Irie wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew that he shouldn't say anything irresponsible. And so that was why he couldn't say anything.
What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore? He'll never rub my head ever again? Why? Why?
Shion cried as she pounded on the glass.
Stop. If you really care about him, please don't wake him up. That's what he wants too. If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you. He doesn't want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand.
I...
Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion in her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up.
But there is some good news, too. It was a very small change. But his brainwaves have improved just a little in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. There have been cases of people who received fatal injuries to their brain yet recovered completely. Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back. He's continuing to fight. I won't give up either. I'm doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa.
The brain is what moves people. But the brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him. And hurting others hurts that person even more. Irie recalled his parents, the abnormal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Irie became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day. A fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Irie learned that he was misunderstood, and that it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much. He had achieved things, and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears.
I promise. I bet my life on it. I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. I promise you. Satoshi-kun is trying to come back. If we reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please trust me and wait. I promise you. I will bring him back to Hinamizawa.
Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise.
Really? Are you sure? Is Satoshi-kun coming back? Really?
Yes, he is. I bet my life on it. He is coming back to Hinamizawa. So Shion-san, please wait until that day, and we'll welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan?
Yes. If Satoshi-kun is coming back, I'll do anything. I'll endure anything.
Please, look over there.
There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day.
He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving without giving it to Satoko-chan? No, you can't, can you? Satoshi-kun will come back to you and Satoko-chan with that teddy bear. Please. Just wait until that day comes.
Can I come visit him though?
Of course.
Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? And
Absolutely. I'm sure he'd like that too.
Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Tomitake, but he couldn't say anything to her.
I'm glad you're safe. Once you call the Bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Well, it won't be that easy. That gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment in the security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communications leading out of the village, so the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave. And if that's the case, we'll have to break in with a car. Neon-san and the others are doing a great job gaining some time for us, but they'll be cornered eventually. We have to take Tomitake-san out of the village so we can call the Bloodhounds. We have a problem. If they've already cut the phone lines, they must have closed the road to town, too. They're also supposed to carry one high-explosive anti-tank weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through. An RPG-7, huh? They aren't expecting a tank, so I guess we'll be using high explosives. They'll be using high explosives. Even if they don't hit us directly, they might flip the car. They're not easy to deal with. But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time. We can't take any detours. They're all doing great, but I don't think they'll last until sunset. We have to hurry.
We don't have any time to waste, huh? We've got to take Mr. Tomitake to Okinomiya immediately. Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here, quickly. It's only a matter of time before they show up. Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake, too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive, and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We've succeeded over here.
Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so he constantly had to listen to her yelling.
Damn! Everyone is so useless! How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh?
Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Although they were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted.
Shit. Does the Major even know any commands other than attack?
Nightingale 1 to Nightingale 13, watch out, your left wing is down. You're next.
You've got to be kidding me. Why me? Damn it!
He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough.
Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards, come here! Come here! Come the fuck at me!
Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from his taser was stuck in the bush, and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him.
Damn you!
That was all it took. Because he was so scared he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly.
What the heck? What is this?
The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange creatures you see on educational TV programs.
Aren't they just so cute? Take it home with you!
As Rena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like, that's it. He looked like the batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force.
A home run bunt!
With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there.
Poor thing, poor thing. Pat, pat, meep, meep.
Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted for a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Another one down! Let's tie him up! Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire.
That was great! What a team we are!
That was perfect! We shall do combination 7 next.
I want to do 5 again.
Oh, you liked that one, did you? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Houjyou-san.
Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Keiichi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to sense something in the air.
Meep, meep, meep. Bing. I feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. There are 2. And they're both very scared. Meep-ah.
Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Why are you looking at me that way? You haven't had enough fun? You haven't had enough fun yet? Yeah. I guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get them all! Yeah! Mion was a great leader. She had both great leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like 1,000,000 men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okanogi was thinking something else. Before they started this siege, he likened them to one well-trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okanogi had was just a company. Where was the air support or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okanogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanogi remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon.
Nightingale 13 is down! Phoenix 4 is down! This is Skylark 10! I can hear the voices of children! I'm surrounded! Help me! Skylark 10, fall back! Fall back! To where? This is Phoenix 9! I found R! I'm following her! I need assistance! Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are! Give me your current location! There's a fog. It's cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down, where are you? What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis! Phoenix 9! Phoenix 9! Answer me! Phoenix 9's down! This is impossible! They must be the demons of this mountain! I know they're all being demoned away! None of us are making it out of here alive tonight! Stop saying things like that! All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids! Show them what we've got! I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It's not coming from mine. A bear? Ah! This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That wasn't
Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you.
You foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto this sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone.
Damn it, she has one of our intercoms! Don't let the enemy fool you!
You fearless humans. If you can only learn by making mistakes, then I shall teach you.
This is Nightingale 1! Where is everyone? Where'd you all go? Come in! Come in!
I see a helpless bird getting lost in a forbidden forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about the world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning.
Yeah! Who was that? Nightingale, roll call! One more down! Who was it? Oh, by the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I'm not alone, am I?
Do you want to hear more painful voices?
Yeah! What was that? What made that sound? I've seen someone jump in front of a train before. It made the exact same sound. That's the sound of a human body being crushed. No, I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, God of this mountain, stop. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it. Nightingale 1 to base. This isn't working. Too many unit members are dropping out and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. We can't maintain the battle line. We're just going to lose more men. Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field. You graduated from that hell. So what are you doing getting shook up? Calm down and set an example. Base, there's no response from Nightingale 1. I can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. They are demons.
No, damn it! Our enemy's even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against a professional unconventional warfare unit.
Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case they backfired. The club members took an intercom from the mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okunogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okunogi could tell that she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okunogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be all for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okunogi figured he was about to finally get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio.
Oh, that was great! Hanyu-chan, you sounded like a real god.
You really were awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that.
That's because she's a god. Nipa! Oh. But Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken.
That was easy for Keiichi-san, no? In our clubs, he's also known as the Magician of Words.
As long as my opponent's a human being with ears, I can control him.
You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa!
Yeah, maybe I'll voice all the characters.
Okay, well, let's not get ahead of yourself.
Can you hear me? I am Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well, there is no god or demon. And if there is, you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service's storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they could see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you. Even if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out!
Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers.
Absolutely not! We finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them!
At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly.
Command vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. The research area of the clinic's been attacked. We received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. We've been trying to confirm the situation, but there's been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet.
Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids, but now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain.
I get it. Do you let Cuckoo in Tokyo know?
Not yet. Would you like me to?
Do it now. Tomitake's escaped. We've closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I don't think one RPG could stop them.
Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team?
Fool. If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock.
Roger.
Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone, listen up! I just found out that the clinic's been attacked and the hostages escaped. The enemy's expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. We have permission to shoot.
One of the Mountain Dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of burying most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that they were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Irie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They intended to destroy that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the Mountain Dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Grumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. They looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course, they'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast.
Here they come!
The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in the bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that this was a very nice car.
Wait until the last possible second! We can only fire once! Make sure to get them in one shot!
The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it would flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the Mountain Dogs were definitely in an advantageous position.
Tomitake-san, the suspicious van's blocking the road.
Please stay low. Careful. Try to hit the nose of the van. I know. I've done this before.
The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them.
Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it's within 100 meters. I know. Just range me.
The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. I started to say Erie because I'm so used to saying it with that pronunciation. Anyway.
200 meters. 150.
Prepare to fire!
The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7.
Hakasaka-san, prepare for impact! 100 meters. Fire!
Huh? What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit and he was tumbling to the ground.
Was there a sniper? I didn't hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away! Who cares? Fire! Fire! Fire!
Only their regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once. But immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car.
Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki family's specially made bulletproof limousine. Kasai! The spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire!
Huh. You think I'm going to miss him at this distance?
Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it.
Hurry up! Fire it! What?
Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle.
After them! Let's go! Let's go!
As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them.
There's a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long-distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper. Also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise!
The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. A spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their jobs alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear.
We can't even go near the van. Forget about us, just go! Okay, we'll go after them.
There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal.
Are they after us? Yeah. They're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up in that van. That's worrying. Please fend them off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you.
Tomitaka opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken in from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight. It curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves, which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitaka realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets. So instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. and in doing so, he tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take him any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets in the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise.
Tomitake-san, it's not safe to lean out like that. Don't worry. A shooter that clumsy can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. You predict their movements and barrage that prediction with bullets. Don't try to shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this!
Tomitake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent burst of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from a car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was.
Shit! He's a crazy good shot! He isn't just some office worker in Tokyo! I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident. But during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying he's...
Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily on even such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van, which incidentally was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning.
Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. If the blockade was broken through, that's enough. Don't go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives.
What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger, this is the pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit, we're falling back! Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Phew! Even after such a gunfight, you're still so calm. I bet you've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training.
Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. He, pumps his fist up, yeah! And then he just, punches the roof of the car, and he's like, ah, oh, shit! Oh, god damn it.
First Lieutenant Tomitake, I'm glad you're safe. We were so worried that we couldn't get in touch with you.
Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okonomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That's why he could make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but he had escaped. He told them he was fooled by the diversion, and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. They were fooled by the diversion, rather. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds she was working for, etc. He explained everything that she had learned thus far.
Please take control of the Irie Institute immediately. They've already fired repeatedly. It will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action.
Hello, this is Oka from the research division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and don't want any problems, so they've been hesitating. But if you're safe, then that makes things simple. I'll tell them what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. The Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. Hey, we just got an arrest order for Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okanogi. We also got orders to secure the Irie Institute as well as to disarm the mountain dogs. All thanks to you. Great job!
Tomitake walked out of the telephone box.
Is everything settled? Yes. The Bloodhounds are moving in. They're already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These Bloodhounds, that is.
The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit, largely deployed to preserve secrecy. But the Bloodhounds are elite units specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly.
Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The Bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and residential area mix. It was the border of Okinomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke.
So what do you think, Tomitake-san? What do you mean? I think I'll go back to Hinamizawa. They're still fighting. Yeah, that's true. But are you sure? We're safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I haven't kept my promise yet. Okay, then let's go back. I actually have something to take care of too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Akasaka-san, have you been on a helicopter before? I have a permit for one.
They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky, and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okanogi's intuition. He already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okanogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy commanders face to face. The battle was already lost. The enemy's commander, rather, not enemy commanders. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the Mountain Dogs fallen to the traps and ambushes, Okanogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go were the very determined princess, Okanogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the Mountain Dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okanogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the Mountain Dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okanogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who had driven the Mountain Dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from start to finish, they used up all their stamina and were on their last legs as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners.
There she is! It's our Okanogi! Capture her!
Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances?
What? Are you disobeying my order?
Oh no. I have no intention of doing that.
Okanogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance toward the club members.
I'm Okanogi. I'm also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. I have their name.
The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okanogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that.
I'm the leader of this club. My name's Mion Sonozaki.
The girl stepped forward.
How old are you? No, your age doesn't matter. From the turmoil at the police station this morning to the battle on the mountain, were you responsible for it all?
The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said.
You've won this battle. Our princess isn't the only one who can't understand that. There's nothing else we can do at this point. Tomitake broke through the blockade. I'm sure he's already called Tokyo. I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead.
Okanogi, what are you doing? That's the enemy commander! Take her down!
Don't pay any attention to her. What do you want? You're the leader. You are a leader. And so am I. You understand, don't you? Is he surrendering?
I can understand. He was in charge of the whole army, and all his men are down, so he can't just nod his head and accept defeat. So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself, huh?
Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself.
I appreciate it.
Mion took a stance. Okanogi took a stance too. Although Okanogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease.
You ready?
Take this!
Huh! Okanogi, readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced it up into a hold. And then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him.
Not bad.
Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her!
Shut up! You just shut up and watch! This is a battle between leaders of men!
Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. And just like what had happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him.
A rotation throw, huh? The way you move, it's not the Yoshin-kan technique, is it? Is it that classy Kobukan one? By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want.
I see. I'll try that next time.
Oh wow, Mion is incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with their commander.
Okanogi, use your weapons! What do you think you're doing?
Here I come! Huh?
He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Yet this time Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right toward the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull. But this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win with that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okanogi's arm was held to his back and he ended up in the same position, but what came after was different. Okanogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi just told her about earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground.
That's it. You learn quickly, don't you? You know, strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead those shitty mountain dogs.
Sorry, I never want to be the leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile, too. He wasn't trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction.
You're right. You shouldn't waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units. I bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz, whichever you joined. You'd be one of their best. In any case.
SAS? Delta Force? Lame. All of that's just way too boring.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Then tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be CO for?
I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader is fine.
The leader? The leader of the British Intelligence Service, huh? That's fitting.
No. No way! Listen, there's only one club I want to lead. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. I'm not interested in games without penalties. The magician of words, Keiichi Maebara, seeker of all things adorable and cute, Rena Ryugu, Trapmaster Satoko, and the charming enticer Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude. I'll never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world!
No wonder. No wonder we couldn't win. With her as their leader, there was no way we could have won.
Okanogi! Get a hold of yourself! Takano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it.
Are we finished with the warm-up? This next one's for real. You're gonna die. Be ready for that. Come on. I'll give you a fitting end. Something you've been wanting all this time. Good enough. Here I come!
Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mio narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads.
Here I go. I'm gonna kill you. So come get me, okay?
Whenever you're done praying, go on right ahead.
That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into her eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No, maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment, burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts, passed down in judo and aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotor stirred up in the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado, too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter and soldiers came sliding down it one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomitake had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from a speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. Oh, do I get to do it one more time? Will you let me, please?
To all staff of the NEA Institute, today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute Institute's independent authority was frozen, and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has been ordered to complete disarmament of the Idia Institution staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather at the parking lot of the Idia Clinic, or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond accordingly will result in discipline under not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well.
Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily. Oh, shit. Sorry, I have to scroll in another window, so it's... They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units.
Doesn't this mean that we have won?
I don't know. I've never seen this before. So I don't know if we really did.
Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Rena ran over to Mion.
Mion,
Mi-chan,
it's over. Yeah, our club activity is over.
Rika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Mi-chan, it's our victory!
You led us this far, Mion. It's all thanks to you.
But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself.
I like punishments. Club activities can be cruel, huh? We fight to decide who's the loser. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We don't look down on anyone. We just do the punishment and that's it. Yeah, we do the punishment and that's it. We all enjoy laughing at the loser, and then forget about it. That's why I like what we do. We all laugh, including the one who came in last.
Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh and then we're done with it.
That Okanogi guy thought he couldn't purify his sins unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. We were almost killed, too. But it's all over, right? The game's over. And even though it is, there's no punishment for the Mountain Dogs. Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion. Forget about him. It's all over for them anyways. Yeah, you're right. Everything's all over now.
We're all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt. So, let's enjoy our happy ending.
That's right! Nobody got hurt! It really is a happy ending!
While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending that they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of the lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after, she had completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The Bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first, they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomitake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the Bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If on the following day someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they probably wouldn't say a word.
Rika-chan, I'm glad you're safe.
Akasaka! I'm glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep.
It all worked out great too. You alright? The clinic's been occupied by the Bloodhounds. The Mountain Dogs are all surrendering too. Dr. Idia and a boy he was hiding with have been put under the Bloodhounds' protection as well.
Coach is safe too, is he? Huh, I'm very glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomita-san or Okamura-san were injured.
Satoko, I'm very happy for you.
Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Irie will do something about it. For certain. He'll bring Satoko's Nini back home.
That's right, Satoko. You haven't taken your shot today, have you? You can't forget about that.
Quite true. How troublesome that I can't forget about the shot even in this situation.
Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past.
At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one.
Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko. And those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine, somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up about after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned, and spoke to her best friend.
Rika, I haven't seen Hanyu-san around. She was here a moment ago.
Huh? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you? It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know. What's going on? Tell me this minute, Okanogi!
This is it. They're the Bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in.
The Bloodhounds? I've heard that name before, but aren't they similar to the Mountain Dogs? Why aren't you fighting back?
You've got to be kidding me. We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion. There's no way we could defeat them.
The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion.
Why are they here in the first place? We captured Tomitake. Are there more spies? Who are they?
Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard that First Lieutenant Tomitake escaped?
One of the 3 spoke up timidly, but Okanogi signaled him to shut up.
Nobody told me this! When did that happen? What's going on, Okanogi? Wasn't there a blockade exactly so they couldn't escape the village?
They aren't even responding to me anymore.
I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okanogi, waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders.
Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle.
One of the members handed the intercom to Okanogi.
This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Cuckoo. Execute Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We're being advised to surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle. No. Ota and Adachi. Good work. You're cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. Roger that, Commander. All units, listen up. The command vehicle's been compromised. The clinic's probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all of our backup, as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I'm sure everyone's disarming themselves. The Mountain Dogs have been completely defeated.
Not yet! Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds, so what? She'll send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. We can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. We have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really shouldn't have cut the telephone communications. But we did, so we'll have to recover the command vehicle. Get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men in the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanogi, you and the other 3 will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st? Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time! We'll manage, Okanogi! Go recover the command vehicle immediately! Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major! I'm your superior! Why are you listening to Okanogi but not me?
Major, didn't you hear what the helicopters said earlier? We've lost. There's absolutely nothing we can do anymore.
What are you saying, Okanogi? Are you already giving up? You saw that R is alive, didn't you? What happened today was all because of that rumor that R was dead. But she's alive! That means today didn't happen! We can still use the emergency manual. As long as the Queen Carrier is alive, all we have to do is kill her. Then we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual.
Major, it's far beyond that point already. Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Carrier or the 48 hours after death. Our final operation's a complete failure. Our clients must be running around desperately trying to destroy evidence. Our job here is done. I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it's all over today. Major, your job is over too.
What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about?
Major, your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands.
What are you talking about? I didn't expect Okanogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook.
I don't doubt that there's a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome. But the whole village going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one's ever seen that happen. No one knows if that's true or not.
Don't be ridiculous! Look here! It's somewhere in here. Where? I know it's in here! From the studies of other similar parasites in brains, the statistics say... Damn it, where is it? I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside and it thudded. No, it landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important... As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. The splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth.
Major, I don't really care if what's in this scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does.
What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okanogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out.
The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook. They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable.
They didn't care?
No, they didn't. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. That was your job.
No, this isn't a lie! My grandfather and I researched it for so many years! Come on, move your foot! The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best so that it's not ruined, but it's no use.
The queen dies and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about parasites to begin with. They only cared if it could be used for political gain. You knew that, didn't you? And at this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on this scrapbook. And they lost. The Mountain Dogs lost too. And that's all there is to it.
This isn't nonsense! This scrapbook holds the truth! Everything in it is the truth! My grandpa researched it, I researched it, and this is the result! Everyone believed in it! That's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it? They believed in it, and that's why Nomura-san got in touch with me. There must be other people who believe in my work! Because all of this is for the future of humankind! Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me.
Fortunately, there's still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. Hey.
One of the Mountain Dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me. What is this?
Major, why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head?
What? I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns, working at the Irie Institute as I do. I was never frightened by guns before. But for the first time, I feel scared just looking at one.
You know, this happens all the time, Major. Please take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself.
What are you saying? Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself.
If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo's already preparing to do that.
Don't be ridiculous! Why should I have to do that? I'm starting to sob. My body is shaking all over.
Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to. Maybe that's too much to ask of you right now.
Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly.
I'm gonna say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot at each other and I had to kill you. That's the scenario. I gave you the gun so that you could kill yourself rather than being killed by me. It's to show my appreciation for the time that we've known each other.
I don't want it to end like that. No! You came up with this plan in the first place! I don't want this.
It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo. They had a plan for damage control in case the final operation failed. Nomura-san's codename is Cuckoo, and yours is Baby Bird, isn't it? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What? Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest and then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs.
I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I had gained a reliable ally. I always thought that although Okanogi was barbaric, he was pretty reliable. But my nest had been taken over.
Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to. But now it's over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It's your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand, and pick up the gun with your right.
The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now is when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun.
There's only one bullet in there. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp. So that's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun pointed like this, and die.
In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okanogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender.
Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a shot to intimidate her.
Retriever 7 to leader. We arrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano is on the run. Her footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and we can't go any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed. Retriever leader to unit. Major Takano is on the run. She's armed, so be cautious. Patrol the area and force her out.
I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt, and still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me.
Oh, I think I just used the wrong Sorry. I meant to use the radio comms a second ago, but, well, whatever. I kind of needed that filter on standby anyway.
I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe, too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I've felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this.
I repeat, Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender. You can't escape. The mountain dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies.
The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. And when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand. The one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. But when I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recalled the look in Okanogi's eyes. I know I've committed sins. There are so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No, I don't want to die. I cried again, and then noticed someone standing nearby. It's the girl whom I met when I came to Hinamizawa when the Irie Institute was first opened. I met the girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. That god looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing. Are you still trying to take on God's place? Do you still deny that you're human, child of man? Long time no see. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess. Child of man, are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine? No way. Taking on a god's place really is impossible. Child of man, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood. With the gun in your right hand, end your life. The position of a god requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You, foolish child of man, wanted to become one. Is that still what you desire? Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That's it! Something that simple would make me a god? That's so simple. Then, what is this? What have I been doing all this time? You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you'll be allowed to take a seat among the gods. What's that? You're telling me to be their scapegoat, to take responsibility for all of them, and die? Fuck you! I refuse! I absolutely refuse! Why don't you want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method for purifying sin? Didn't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't, because you are a human. You don't even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god.
I do. I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way. I don't want to become a god at all. I'm fine with being human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That's all. But why is this happening?
Then how will you purify this stain? How will you pay the price?
Why? Why does someone have to take the blame? They're all pushing responsibility onto other people. They maneuver this way and that just so that they don't have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? No, that's not. Because when my parents and my grandparents were alive, things like that didn't happen. We were all happy. Nobody blamed anyone else. How did I fall out of that world? Why am I wandering around in the mountains alone in the rain? Why me? This is the punishment for my sins, isn't it? I knew it. I had noticed it. I made a huge mistake. And I didn't want to admit it. And when it was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is punishment for my sins.
The human world will want you to purify your sins. They'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That's the way of the human world. However, I am not a human. I am a being above man, a being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony, a being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I am the one who forgives the sins of the children of men. I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is a world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I wanted to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I have found that fragment. Come, child of man. I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness, then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The god in the form of a little...
Oh, okay, that's not her dialogue, sorry.
The god in the form of a little girl walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head.
Hanyu! Hanyu! Where are you? Hanyu-chan! Answer if you can hear us!
I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit! She's found me! The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. I'm soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body is itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. Don't say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for?
Hanyu! Where are you? Damn, she really is lost.
There she is! Hanyu-san!
Hanyu, where have you... I really am unlucky to the end. Or maybe you could call this a kind of luck. At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. Do you know what that is? This is? Sorry, didn't mean to hit that. It's a gun. Don't you dare move. The tables have turned now. Damn it. Why now? Mion-chan, if you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward.
No, don't do it, Mi-chan!
Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me. But I can't just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge.
I know you only have one bullet in that gun.
That's right. But that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it? Takano! Are you going to shoot her? Don't move! If you do, I really might just fire this gun!
Don't any of you move. Just stay behind me.
How courageous. Is this some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot? Well, it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course, it depends on where you hit, though. I'm surprised. How can you be so brave? You want me to shoot you for all the others? Just so you know, if you think that I'll hesitate to shoot just because they'll rush over here once they hear it, you're sadly mistaken. Go ahead, shoot me. But after you do, my friends will rip you into pieces. Let them try. They say you dig 2 holes when you curse another. Going down along with the great commander who made Okanogi surrender wouldn't be so bad. Go ahead and shoot me. But make sure that it's me that you hit. If you shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell! Oh my, I'm shaking.
No, don't, Mi-chan! Takano-san is serious. She really will shoot you. Somehow we'll have to buy some time. Someone from the Bloodhounds will come by for sure.
I'm sure they will. But I'll shoot before I lose my chance. Let's see. Where should I hit her? I'm not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well.
Me, you aren't serious, are you?
Don't anyone move. I'm the leader of this club. If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that. If I don't make it, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You'll be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay? Mion's prepared to die. I'm already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Mion understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That was why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her, because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I will pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her! You won't play games often, right? Have you ever played Old Maid? No. We play Old Bachelor, though. They use the same rules. The human world is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else. It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser. The sacrifice. You see, I picked the Joker, but there's nobody else to pass the card to. That's why I'll shoot you as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her. I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try to shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion. Hanyu! Get back! Brave Mion, I've witnessed your courage. That's more than enough. If the Joker can't be passed to anyone else in the human world, then it's my job to accept it. Hanyu, what are you? Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. It was so much more fun to be in it than just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. I was so happy spending time with all of you. In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly. Now shoot me! Child of man! With that sin you must foist unto another! I will accept it!
Okay. Fine! Die! The club members must have thought that I was joking, or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, we saw it happen. The silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Houjyou, as though the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force. Houjyou! I'm okay. I can do this, even in human form. The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You... monster! The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Houjyou from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You'll die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you're finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest. Drown in your own blood! Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here. Houjyou thought that this would take care of everything. Houjyou wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Houjyou. In the world of frozen time, in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Houjyou couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet? Don't be so surprised. You've already learned about that. You've learned about how to make a miracle happen. A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worthy of being called a miracle. If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen. Therefore, I'll perform a real miracle in this last moment. I am the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama after all. So let me make a miracle happen at the very end. Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, and then held it and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Houjyou could move. Now I realize that neither Takano nor Houjyou listen when other people talk. Didn't you hear what Mion said? We don't play old maid. We play old bachelor instead. Takano laughed and said they were basically the same game, but they're totally different. In Old Maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But in Old Bachelor, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is left with one last card too. I can understand how Takano thought that they were the same thing, but they're different. Because in our game, if the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Houjyou, the missing card in this world, where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Guys, the bullet's not going into her. She caught it. Yet you're still trying to take one card away? What a waste of a miracle. This world
doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser, because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing in each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sin. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. A world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot.
You missed! Serves you right. The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over. To give you a little explanation, by the way, for that line, and give you an additional little bit of heartbreak. In the manga, during that line, the welcome home mother line is delivered by a vision of Hanyu's daughter.
How did I miss it this distance?
All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root, and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them, but Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers.
Major Takano, you're under arrest.
It's all my fault, is it?
The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground.
Stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Hey, don't resist.
No! I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me! No!
Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the Bloodhounds, thinking that she was just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then, a noble voice resounded among them.
Wait!
Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined.
I'm First Lieutenant Tomitake, from the Research Division. I'll take it from here. But sir, we've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately. Can't you tell? Just look at her. Look at all the scars. She's been scratching herself. She must have Hinamizawa syndrome.
There were lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomitake said that, it certainly sounded true.
But the Major must have been given medication to prevent her from contracting the disease. There's no way she should have it. Haven't you read the report? It says that the inoculation isn't 100% effective. If you'd read the report completely, you would know that these are symptoms of the terminal stage. The research division thinks that her treatment should take priority. We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or if she became delusional due to the syndrome, leading someone to take advantage of that situation. We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it will be impossible to resolve this matter. Was it her fault, or was it the fault of the disease? It's impossible to determine that right now. To make sure, she has the right to receive treatment, and she is obligated to let herself be treated.
Jiro, son.
Take her to the Irie Institute so that she can be examined immediately. Notify Lieutenant Colonel Irie so he can prepare to treat Major Takano. However, from here on, the Major will be placed under strict observation and all activities will be restricted. The particular order should come from the command through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations.
The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano.
Jiro-san. Jiro-san.
Takano buried her face in Tomitake's chest and cried. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears.
Sorry for being late. I'm here for you.
Booked with the 50, save her. Yeah.
Jiro-san. Jiro-san.
You're not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi.
I can't. I've committed too many sins. I shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Otherwise, the weight of my sins will...
Well, that's true. Your sins may not be so light, but don't worry. I'll be with you. We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins. And let's bring back Miyoko Tanashi together. Until then, I'll be right here with you.
Can I continue to live? Can I live? Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Are you saying that I'm allowed to live? Can I be forgiven?
The world may not forgive you. But so what? I'll forgive you. So let's live. Death can't atone for sins. You must live and ask the world to forgive you, and then start your life over. Then you'll remember. You'll remember what kind of person you used to be, and what kind of smile you used to have.
After a while, Takano was taken to the Irie Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everyone that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot, despite being June. And the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude Shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cried, the game that stretched across different worlds had ended. And what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. For Halo Waters at the $2, you are not a flower of hell. Yep. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of Old Bachelor was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. Jupiter August with the $2. It's a blameless world after all, even for her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage, and then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there. But the miracle had allowed her to stay.
You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't even enough to repay you for what you've gone through.
Nipa.
Wow. This is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough.
Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together, forever and ever.
It'll be dark soon. It's time for the festival. We'll have so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. I'm sure there will be plenty of punishments to torment the poor newcomer. I don't have to just watch the Watanagashi festival, huh? That's right. Because you don't watch a festival. You enjoy it.
Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap dubbed BGM collection of festival music could be heard from the Furude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This was what she had wanted to join in on all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It'd been a long day, and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the Self-Defense Force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. Some people say the Self-Defense Force even came to the EDA clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the EDA clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident where there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on a familiar road. Twink Tank, it was Hanyu. But it looked like only a trace of a normal accident. So they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. But when Rika said Oyashiro-sama must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. Shenanigans. Chie! Curry time! They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Oh, there was another big change, too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say that she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There are so many things that she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Rain, thank you for becoming a channel member. Because this is the first summer break she's ever going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She'll now experience as an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Sonozaki had vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader Mion Sonozaki fail an entrance exam? She'll more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully it isn't an illegal one. Anyway, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion, even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keiichi Maebara has been asked by Mion and Chie-sensei to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she's so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okinomiya. Rena Ryugu is growing even more energetic every day, too. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother to all of the club members, too. After hearing that, Keiichi said he'd be a father for the class. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Houjyou is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some of the members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There's supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The Sea of Trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner, as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Satoshi Houjyou has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. Shion. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nene, which only annoys Satoko. Kyosuke Irie has two jobs now. On one hand, he's a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he is an evangelist for maids. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Irie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now it's being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that hopefully, in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it will talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. To get ahead of you here, they're saying the deceased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano separate from that qualifier. She's not dead, she's fine. Atropa's the $2. Why is he here? Shut up. Jiro Tomitake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He's still known as the fighting, traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say that maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves them all they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she has gone, but obviously Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Oh, God. Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. That's sweet, at least. Kurado Oishi has gotten back into playing mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his table too, and there's rumors a riot squad almost got dispatched to the mahjong parlor one time. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he reached closure within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another episode added to his tales of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her all about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself, too.
I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I'm finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maibara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities so I can live in the human world.
Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough yet exciting festival music. I've known all of these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them, but that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest.
There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty. And it was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we got there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This was where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this was where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying halal. That made me very happy. I watched the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the last dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human so that nobody's sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer.
Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to do it?
Yes, I do. I go like this and drift it down the stream, right? Oh, well. The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our own sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other. We help each other. And that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world where sins are cleansed. I let my bare feet soak in the clear stream as I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing downstream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together.
By the way, just so you know, fun fact, that last CG of everyone together standing on the stream, just in case you need to know what kind of fucking nerd I am, I literally have one of those, like, cover, like debit card sticker covers that, like, covers your debit card. And I literally custom printed one of that CG that's on my debit card. I see that image literally every time I go out and pay for something. Anyway.
This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still wants more. Because it can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you, it's in the near future. We will be happy then, too. See?
Menlo with the $2, the forgive us our debts card. Yeah, True. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live a much, much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years worth for me. 1,000 years worth for you. Frederica Bernkastel. You guys can read this text for yourselves, by the way. I need a second. Indigo with the 10 pounds. Hey Marcy, this was a really good read through. You're cool and very nice, fun YouTubes. Also, happy birthday chat. Happy birthday chat, thank you! $2K plays with $10. This stream series got me through my last semester of college. What an amazing... Oh, no, wait. That was somebody else's that came in at the exact same time. Sorry. 2K plays $10. Thanks for all your content. Can't wait to binge this one in the future. Also, debit card when they cry is so amazing. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And Artless with the $10. This stream got me through my last semester of college. What an amazing series. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm very happy to have helped. But we're not done yet. Not yet. Not even because of the extra stream that will be coming week after next. I must remind you that is also happening. But we're not even done yet. We've got 3 extra things in just the game itself to get to. 3. Keep that in mind. First is that, a new tip. Aww, the title screen change, man. Wah. Okay. Anywho. Tip. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryuo. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryuo. It's the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody had seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oyashiro-sama and the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oyashiro-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool, forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword, made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says there was a girl named Oka, who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Oka Furude, dates unknown, is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Oka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid and defeated him with this treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryuo. Oka sealed this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore, and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that this was why it was removed from the human world. But some said that Oka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oyashiro-sama suggested Oyashiro-sama was this demon god. The source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worshipped for protection but to stave off a curse links slightly to the modern worship of Oyashiro-sama, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oyashiro-sama's blessings and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oyashiro-sama and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief of Oyashiro-sama and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oyashiro-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient images of Oyashiro-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the fate's doctrine. Also, If one believes the Forbidden Scrolls, the Furude family was descended from the one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that is true, then today's fate is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this: "The Onigari no Ryuo, the legendary precious sword, is the symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, and could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch, one, took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from chaos. One, the matriarch usually means Oka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man, commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear, and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryuo will reappear to us. This second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this, the myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all of these scrolls are, there is one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Oka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryuo forever. That is the fate of all the Furude family leaders must understand. So there was that. That was our first bonus of 3. Our second bonus is the staff room, which we will read now. Hello, this is Ryukishi07. Thank you for playing Matsuri Bayashi. No, thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry until the end. Matsuri Bayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids, starting from halfway through Minagoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution, world, than my Matsuri Bayashi, that means you've defeated Ryukishi07 in this duel. I, Ryukishi07, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here is a hint from the Minagoroshi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and Meikashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those 2 things together, obviously, the basis of the Emergency Manual, which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. When you put these 2 together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuri Bayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side, like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was rather an easy resolution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of the story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in Tatarigoroshi and the Minagoroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home, and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If this story was an exercise in murder, then the Tatarigoroshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That is established in question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatarigoroshi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to tragedy. The Meikashi chapter is the sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed the causes of the tragedies are quite silly. That's indicated in the Sumi Horoboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, That doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it's possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story, that is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in the VRChat chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending, for everyone except Takano. It's a very popular style of story for the protagonists to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. That's a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create this situation, there has to always be a third party, the sacrifice, as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared that to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the VRChat chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tatarigoroshi. According to that logic, the Minagoroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I'll probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it's something better than the VRChat chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ryukishi07 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi When They Cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of world do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities, while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryukishi07. Man, I love this guy. I'll see you in Silent Hill F, Goat, which is coming out very soon. Maybe I'll stream that game when it comes out as well. Well, we've got one thing left to do. And I bet you're wondering what that is. You may be looking at the menu and thinking, well, it doesn't look like there's anything else on here. Well, Mr. Ryukishi just issued a challenge to us. He asked us to see if we could imagine a better possibility. I think I could possibly imagine a better possibility. But in order to see that better possibility, we have to do something. We have to show him that we're serious about seeing it. We have to go back to connecting fragments. With the help of the helpful skip key, that being the control key, we are now going to have to go through all of these in chronological order. As you might imagine, this is very difficult. Thankfully, I have a guide. It's not actually that different from the order we originally went in, but it is slightly different. Now, obviously, that would take like so many hours if we actually sat here and went through all of them all over again. So I am going to just be skipping through the text as we go through them. But we have a secret ending to achieve, so let's fucking do it. We can't stop yet. We haven't gotten to what we need to see just yet. So, starting with page 4, fragment 2. I just love the shaking screen. Okay, did that one. Page 5, number 8. Will this take long enough for me to take a quick break? I would assume so. More time for y'all to do art. That's true. Okay. Page 2, number 1. A light blooms with the $5. Higu speedrun any percent. True. Page 3, number 7. Page 3, number 2. Page 3, number 1. Page 2, number 4, yes. Have a good day at work, ERA. Come check out the extra stuff when you get a chance later. Okay. Yeah. Page 2, number 4, that was... right? Yes, okay. Page 2, number 2. Page 4, number 3. Wait, hold on. Just make sure that I'm correct here. Oh, page 4, number 3. Yeah. Almost fucked myself up. Page 2, number 5, yes. Page 1, number 5. Page 3, number 8. Yes, completely chronological, Tyler. Page 1, 4. page 3. Page 4. Hold on. Page 4-6 is. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Hold on. I think I got messed up just a second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's Satoshi. Okay. Gotcha. 4-6. Then 5-7. Yes, Satoko. Then 4-5 is the Houjyou siblings. Then we have 5-6, which is Mio and Senozaki. Then we have 1-6, which 1-6 is the second sacrifice, yes. Then 4-4. Then 1-1. Then 2-6. Yep. Then 1-2. Did I? Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, 1-2, then 2-3. We're making good progress. Then 3-6. Yep, that's the one. Then 1-7. Yep. Then 2-7. Then 5-3. Oh, this one. Wah. Then 1-3. The Rena one. Oof. Then after this one is 5-5. Yeah. Rena Ryugu. Yep. Then 4-8. Footsteps in the fourth year, yes. Then 4-7, notice of leave of absence. Then 2-8, death of Satoshi's aunt. Then 1-8, the fourth sacrifice. Then page 4-1, roll up 1. Yep. Then 5-2, new wind. The one with audio, which is really sweet. 3-4, disappointment. Then 5-1, preview lots for sale. Then 3-5, deja vu. Then 5-4, Keiichi Maebara. Then 6-2, an invitation to the end. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting right to the end here. Soon. The bang sound effect multiple times. Me when I'm watching a Vine over and over. 6-1, June 1983. Then 6-4, yeah. Fragment of Onikakushi. Then, yeah, this is this is a little tricksy because of what you're getting from them. Because you would assume that it goes in the order of the arcs release, but no, it goes straight from Onikakushi to Sumi Horoboshi. Because it's the respective question and answers rather than just the release order. So, then Watanagashi. Then Meikashi. Then Tatarigoroshi. Then Himatsubushi. Again, this kind of tosses a little bit because it's just randomly placed there. I guess you didn't really have one for Himatsubushi though, but then 7-1, a fragment of Minagoroshi. Fragment of Matsuri Bayashi. Leftover fragments. The one with Akasaka hype moment. The really long Akasaka hype moment one. Probably look away from the screen for a second if you got light sensitivity stuff. Sorry. Okay. And now, finally, the moment you've all been waiting for. It's here. Flags from kids' meals. She needs to be rescued too.
I'm going to play outside!
A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained.
Miyoko, we're thinking about going to the mall.
Her father's voice didn't reach the girl because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she'd be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed that if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late, and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanase family didn't own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around here. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman was crazy asking something like that. But the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately.
I want to live.
Okay, then go. Your friend isn't home, but go on.
She isn't home?
The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary, as to what response she'd get if she answered differently.
If I want to die, then what?
You'll get another flag from a kid's meal.
Hmm? Hey, that's not fair! They're going without me! That's not fair!
The girl turned and tried to run back home. Are you sure? You won't regret it? The mysterious woman tried to confirm this.
Why would I regret it?
I won't tell you. I'm mean. The girl thought this was some kind of a riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then, she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion.
That's okay then,
Why is it okay?
because my parents will be with me.
The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction and all the people were shoved to the side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and then the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket, and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? After most of the $2 in that train was Tomitake. The one with 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl, who was so proud of herself for reaching that goal. And booked with the 50 save her. Wah. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it wasn't a magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night. Maybe it'd be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fun, isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. It makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi, a world where the Sonozaki sisters didn't switch. I wonder what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomitake. It'll be fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? The world of Higurashi when they cry will move on, even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. They are innumerable fragments all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi when they cry is now in your hands. It is a big, wide world full of fragments, and they are all yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. I thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all the characters who brought this 4.5-year tale about this world to life. I thank my family who have given their understanding for this work. I thank my coworkers who spared no effort for the sake of this work. I thank my friends who supported me during the creation of this work. And while I am the same person who created this work, I thank this work itself for the unforgettable 4.5 years it has given me. I thank the fact that I've left behind a legacy of the past 4.5 years of work. I thank all the people who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, I leave you the joy of making a product of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. If you feel that the regret for this was what drove me to make this work, then I think we can meet again as friends. That is why I leave you with this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ryukishi07. I still can't believe that that day technically came for me last year. Even if briefly. Oh, crazy, crazy times. God, what a sweet final little extra. I love that man so much. I fucking love that man so much. Alright! That's it! We did it! That was Higurashi when they cry. Again, barring the epilogue that will be coming a week after next. But, oh man, it's been a time. Obviously, I don't even need to do a checkup on the tattoo thing. You guys already funded it well within, the first, hour of the stream, so there's no need to check up on that too. It is, in fact, all the Steam trophies as well, Tyler. Okay. Well, what next? Earthman No Earth with the $5. Mio collected 20 flags, but you've collected 31 Higurashi streams, so who's the real winner? True! Yeah. before we move on with the next couple things we're going to be doing, Niche Fish with the Canadian $10. This series is amazing. Thank you for making it more accessible with your incredible voice acting. Thank you. I appreciate it. Golan with the 100. Phenomenal read-through and amazing voice acting. I'm so happy to have been introduced to both Higurashi and Umineko this way. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate all of your generosity so much, everybody. That's nearly half of $1,000 there, by the way. That's fucking crazy. Thank you for that. Really, really appreciate that. Whoops. Oh, did you send it twice? Huh. Well, I hope that'll be okay. Or if there's like an issue, whatever. If there's an issue, I hope it gets resolved. Well, anyway. Yeah. Let me just take a moment aside here. Hi everybody. God, it's kind of surreal. It's to have been doing this for so long. It's been so long. It's been so long. We've been doing When They Cry shit since fucking January of 2024. I can't believe that we've been doing it for that long, and that we're pretty much done now. I can't wrap my head around that. Wanted to get up for a second. I showed you before, and you saw in the intro as well, but I showed you before that I have one physical copy of an original Higurashi release from Mr. Ryukishi himself. I have two of them, though. One was Meikashi. The other is Matsuru Bayashi. Hold on, I'll read this donation real quick before I get to my soapbox. David J. with the $50. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Congratulations on finishing Higumarcy. I'm so glad to have come along on this journey with you and everyone else. Here's to what's coming next, and much love to everyone. Much love to you, Dav. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Basically, what I wanted to get to was this. This arc, and just this story in general, it means a lot to me. As I'm sure you can tell by the fact that I put this much effort into all of this. I don't mean to get too real at the moment. I don't want to get too grave. I don't want to drag the mood down or anything like that. But I think there are a lot of things about this and the sentiments expressed within that are pretty relevant at the moment. And obviously you don't need me to tell you that things are complicated right now, to put it lightly. To put it very, very extremely lightly. I hope that if this, because I'm just reading it, right? Like, this is not my story. I didn't write it or anything, but I hope that in sharing it with you and trying to make it more accessible to people, and bringing you along on this crusade, this multi-month crusade, I hope that I have helped impart some of that to people. And I, like, this, this series changed my life. Like, I know that's kind of a cheesy thing to say, and it's something that people kind of roll their eyes at a little bit here and there. They're like, a piece of media changed your life or saved your life or whatever. But genuinely, I think it did. I got into Higurashi, as I said, when I was in elementary school. Reading this for the first time genuinely helped me in a place of very, very, enormous pain. And, you know, if in some way I was able to share that experience and make it clearer what exactly Higurashi was and what it means to me, to you, then I'm really, really happy that you could be here for that. And yeah, I just want you to know that things are really hard. I know too. I feel it every day. I'm scared as fuck right now, dude. I won't lie to you. But that's okay. That's okay. Because everybody has to be here. Everybody has to be here. So, you know, just hang in there. And, I mean, hey, you made it through the entirety of Higurashi. You're basically an honorary club member now. Mion Sonozaki is your club leader. You can literally never fail at anything. Get the fuck out there. And keep living your life. Please. Please do. And now, with that being said, I would like to share with you a little edit that I made for this last stream. So, here we go. Go ahead and, let's go ahead and watch that. The defeated, a song for the heartsick, for the standbys, living life in the shadow of a goodbye. Do you remember when we learned how to fly? We'd play make-believe, we were young and had time on our side. You're stuck on the ground, got lost, can't be found. Just remember that you're still alive. I'll carry you home. A call to the soldiers, the fighters, the young, the innocent and righteous. We've got a little room to grow, the better days are near. Hope is so much stronger than fear. So if you jump, kid, don't be scared to fall. We'll be kings and queens in this dream. All for one for all. You can light up the dark. There's a fire in your heart burning brighter than ever before. I'll carry you home. Strong, but misery's a little quicker. Sit and we wait and we drown there, thinking why bother play when it's unfair. They say life's a waste, I say they lack belief. They tell me luck will travel, I tell them that's why I got feet. Left, right, moving along to the pulse of a heartbeat. This could be the last chance you have to fly. Do you like the ground? Wanted to pass you by? Man, you had it all when you were just a kid. Do you even remember who you were back then? What do you want in life? Will you be twice as strong? What would you sacrifice? What are you waiting on? Don't stop, march on. Hi. I hope you liked that. Well, I'm gonna pull up art now. So you guys can go ahead and share some thoughts and feelings in the chat that I can also read off before we get to art, but... And here's all of the theorizers from across the series as well. I thought that'd be a fun little thing to throw up. And yes, if in case you're wondering, that edit will be up on my my second YouTube channel after the stream. I will be going ahead and making it public and adding the link to the description of the stream. Holy shit! Littlest Bacon with the $300. Thank you to everyone for the journey through Umineko and Higurashi. I had a wonderful time seeing everyone's theories and all the wonderful art. It's been super fun as a first-time experience with Ryo 7's works. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Thank you especially, Marcy, for the great VA work and experiences. Thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate that. Holy shit. You could have ended the tattoo run right at the beginning. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Your generosity is so, oh my god. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. I'll pull up art now. I will read your chat stuff in a moment. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Oh, man. The art. Okay, got that. Got that. And that. Ooh. Okay. Let's go over to the Discord now. Okay. That should be everything unless something comes in while we're in the middle of talking. But, yeah. Okay. Hey, Bowser, I don't have any thoughts to share. I just gotta get to bed now. Thanks for streaming this wonderful series. Thank you for joining. Have a good sleep. Mari-san, I hope this was a very fun Let's Play. It was. I had a lot of fun. Grifters. God, I'm in such awe, frankly. This all ended in such a really perfect way. Absolutely. I love the ending of Higurashi so much. Donkey Monkey. That bit at the end just before the credits reminds me a lot of when I started HRT. I finally have a happy future now, and I want to make it even better to make up for the 24 years with no future. I'll take all the happiness I can. No, it's very uplifting. It's very sweet. I do like it a lot. Jedi Real. Though I wasn't here for the Umineko streams, I am infinitely glad I decided to be here for these. From frame one, this series immediately captured me. While I was unfortunately spoiled on a lot of endgame reveals, the way things progressed and came together was something I couldn't have imagined. Thank you again. Thank you. I'm very happy that you enjoyed it. Niche Fish, I'm so glad I caught up for this stream. What a great experience. I'm glad you could be here. Jupiter August, I wonder how long the epilogue is. It's not that long. I mean, like, it's, you know, it's like around 4 to 5 hours. It'll fit within one stream. Kitty with the 50 pounds. Thank you for taking us along for the ride through When They Cry once again. So glad I was curious enough to check out the first Umineko stream over a year ago. Loved looking forward to the streams each week and hanging out with everyone here. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you could be here. Thank you for, again, the amazing generosity. Holy shit. And hey, I mean, you know, like I said before, we'll be getting to that outro, which will contain a preview for what I'm doing on Friday series next. So don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Just because we finished doing When They Cry stuff doesn't mean I'm done with big long visual novels on Fridays. We'll still be doing stuff, but I appreciate it. Vera, God, there's so much. I wish I was here for other streams to actually post my thoughts live, but at least I got to make it here for the finale. Also hope people enjoyed my thoughts in the Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Always happy to see people's, like, initial thoughts and reactions to stuff. I'm very glad that you could be here. Hi to that. I appreciate the stream and all the work you've done to make it an enjoyable experience, Mercy. Although I must bid you all adieu and take my leave. Be seeing you all later. See ya, but thank you. Indigo. Higurashi is basically the inverse story of Umineko, which is fascinating since I'm experiencing it second when it was written first. Yeah, they're in very interesting conversations with each other. Mari, Nezumi, you're gonna watch the anime sequel Go Ensatsu? I've seen it. I've already seen it. I've seen all of the Higurashi stuff. I was just sharing it with you guys. But yeah, I've seen it. I'm not a huge fan of it, unfortunately, but, you know, is what it is. Deathbird. I have been regretting for a while that I dropped Tigu way too soon and way too hard. I even thought that I was going to skip out these streams altogether. Glad I didn't. I'm glad that you didn't either. I'm glad that you could be here. Grifters. I stand by what I said a while back that I really want to do a full analysis on the twins, complicated sibling relationships. Let's go! Absolutely. But that may be very far off in the future. Totally understandable, but, like, if you do, please let me know. I love the Sonozaki twins with all my heart and soul, so I am always chomping at the bit for more Sonozaki content. New Fantasy. Hey Marcy, have you ever thought about making a When They Cry fan story? I've thought about it on the occasion, but it's just also, like, you know, I don't have as much time for, like, fan project stuff as if I want to, like, try to do my own original stuff too. And I feel like if it were, you know, if I were to talk to my man, Mr. Ryukishi, I think he would probably encourage me to chase after my own creative dreams. You know, and I would want to do right by his example, you know. Jess with the $5, thank you so much for giving me something to look forward to on Friday evenings, which I otherwise would have had to spend alone. I'm very happy to have provided. Thank you. Jupiter, I'd love to write video essays one day on stuff like Higu and Umineko, but it's like, where would I even start to find the words for everything that it means to me? No, I totally understand what you mean. Making videos about the series is extremely difficult because trying to sum it all up in, like, a thing that doesn't last like 10 fucking hours is like impossible. Grifters. It is a little funny to me that there were multiple JoJo references in this one, since I've been meaning to read / watch it. Funny coincidence for me. You should check out JoJo. It is a very interesting series, but I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about it. Many of them positive, many of them bizarre, some of them negative, but overall, mostly positive. Gona, Higurashi was an amazing experience that's going to stick with me forever. I'm already annoyingly comparing everything in media with Umineko, and I'm going to do the same with Higurashi now. You and me both! Gloomy, Mercy, just want to say that I'm really glad you streamed When They Cry. It's genuinely such an amazing series, and I hope that this reaches people in good ways. I am so happy to have done so. And Higurashi in general came at me in a very tough time in my life, and I'm just glad that I found people that I can talk to about this. Your voice acting brought these characters to life, and I'm just, I'm really happy. And like, honestly, I mean, yeah, like if I hadn't started doing these streams, I wouldn't have met you and Headless in real life and gone to Anime Expo with you guys, which is like already enough of like a crazy thing to have happened, much less, you know, meeting the man, Mr. Ryukishi himself at the same event, even if it was only for like 5 seconds. Fucking crazy. It is really like a franchise that I think brings people together in a really sincere way, and I'm just really happy about that. Vera, finish with When They Cry for now. Ryukishi, please, Kikonia, when you're able and feel comfortable. True! Please, man! I want to read it! I'm so scared of reading it while it's incomplete and then being stuck in limbo. Also, Vera, with the $10 to hit 3 times goal. Do you know Oyashiro-sama? Yes, Hinamizawa. Thank you. And to go over 3 times goal, Seditious with the $10. I'm glad Furudad remained so canon that there weren't even any attempts to deny the possibility by the end, but it's a little sad that we didn't get the Okanoki Akasaka Enemies to Lovers arc. I know. Well, we can't have everything, can we? I'm so glad that Furudad persisted to the very end of the series. Oh, man. Where did I leave off? It scrolled me down. Gloomy, I am intoxicated, so I'm just saying shit, but I meant it when I say that this series was fun to watch. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Don't worry. I understand. Jupiter, I struggle a lot with trauma, especially around abandonment. Higa reminds me that my friends are my friends for a reason, and that they will be there for me if I simply ask them. My brain tries to make me forget that sometimes, but Higa is a great unironic reminder of how good friends can be. Absolutely. It's, you know, it's a very, again, it's like a very simple message, but one that I find, like, oddly profound in how it's presented. Is just like, yeah, like, talk to the people who care about you. They love you. Please. Especially with how bad shit can get, especially right now. Please, talk to your friends. Banana with the $20. You've made my favorite work of fiction into basically a full cast audiobook we can listen to at leisure. You were truly doing Oyashiro-sama's work. Thank you. Well, I like to think of myself as somewhat of a messenger for Oyashiro-sama, if you will. or a Miko of Oyashiro-sama, if you will, maybe. I am glad only to do right by the position, but yeah, thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Tomitsuko, Higurashi really helped me sort out a lot of things in my life. I really can't thank you enough for sharing this with everyone and providing this space for all of us to come together. It is genuinely my privilege. I consider it a fucking blessing to have had people tune in and watch this as I've been doing it. It's not even a thing of, like, you know, like, how do I describe it? Like, to me, like, I'm just lucky that you guys, like, got to experience it through this. Like, the fact that you're supporting me at the same time is just, like, an added bonus. Like, the fact that I even get to proselytize and show this off to people, and that it has a positive impact on their lives, like it had a positive impact on mine, that is already well worth it for me. So I'm very, very happy to hear that. Earthman New Earth. I fell off the streams just after the third arc when I had a bit of a rough patch, but I felt like I was missing out on something, and I'm glad I came back for these last couple arcs. I'm really glad that you did too. Eva Curry. Wasn't able to read the VN through in high school, but it did make me feel really seen in its insistence that Rena's mental health issues did not make her a bad person and that she was so strong and kind. Absolutely. And we desperately need more pieces of media that reinforce that are smart about mental health issues and reinforce that people with mental health issues that struggle with these things are worthy of empathy, respect, and being treated like human fucking beings. Especially relevant right this second. Yeah. Yeah. Kitty, in some of these storylines, I feel that I've never been more seen by an author, and that's been very comforting. At the same time, I sometimes feel like, please don't perceive this so much. Yeah, I understand. I totally understand. Near Fantasy, have you seen the When They Cry Witches Promise? I've been to watch on YouTube. Also, I haven't watched all your streams because of work, but I appreciate your streams. I haven't. I don't think I've heard of it. But maybe I will look into it later. Twink Tank, a little lost for words in a good way. Experiencing this story for the first time meant a lot, and thank you for all your hard work on these streams. Absolutely. Crown Nova with the Canadian $27.99. Missed the entire stream because of work, but Higurashi and Umineko 2 have changed my life, and it wouldn't have happened without the first streams of the series. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate it so unbelievably much. I appreciate you so unbelievably much, but thank you. I'm very happy to hear it. It scrolled me down again. Why? Booked. This read-through of Higurashi has been a wild experience. I have no memories from when I watched it. They're completely gone. But going through the VN has unearthed so many moments where I've gone, I know this scene, I know I've seen this, which has been a very cathartic experience of reclaiming memories. Oh yeah, absolutely. Coming back to the series after like a few years of kind of being like absent away from it between sort of like my teenage and adult years was like, that was happening to me all the time. and now I just like am just like memorizing it by the back of my hand as I reread it exhaustively. It'll happen to you one day too. I think Ryukishi should see the Furudad theory. I think this is important. I would love to tell him about it. I would love to see what his impression of that would be. I'm pretty sure that he would think it was funny. As someone stuck in Caconia limbo, I have no regrets. Fair enough. Tyler, now Marcy just needs to finish Homestuck for addicts like me who can't wait for Vox. Oh, yeah, is it Vox? Voxus. Yeah. Let's read Homestuck. Yeah, I'll eventually do more Homestuck. Again, that's more of a like jump scare you whenever I feel like it kind of thing, but I'm sure I will do more Homestuck at some point. Blasty10. Hi, Mercy. I am a GNC person looking to experiment with gender more, especially on my femme side, but I'm not sure where to start and I don't have the confidence to. Any confidence for a young egg? Honestly, if you are feeling sort of like either like insecure or unsafe to express yourself in person, I would absolutely suggest just finding like nice online communities where you can express yourself in that way, in like in a virtual sense, if that makes sense. Honestly, even like MMOs and like online games and stuff like that where you can customize a character are very, very helpful for that sort of thing. That's definitely how I explored my gender for the first time when I was kind of going through the gamut of it as like a teen. Not really being able to do anything about it in sort of like my physical life, obviously, but using that as a venue for exploring my feelings and sort of expressing myself was very helpful. So hopefully, you know, something like that maybe should help, hopefully. And then just, like, obviously if you have friends online that you can confide in and talk about, like, if you feel like trying out, like, a name or trying out a set of pronouns or being like, let's just test this out, like, person that I trust, would you mind, trying out this name or pronouns on me for a while and see how I feel about it. And just kind of, try to navigate your own feelings, because ultimately that's what it's about, is just, trying to find the place where you're most comfortable in your own self-expression and your sense of self and stuff. And, if something works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's all about just finding that sweet spot. And I wish you the best of luck with it. Scrolling. Seditious. Ryukishi would be so happy to hear someone finally solved Higurashi after all this time. Yeah, you bring him the Furudad theory and he's like, oh, thank fuck. Nobody got it until now. It's been so long. It's been 25 years. Oh god, that would be really funny. What do you mean? Ryukishi confirmed Furudad as canon with the final fragment where Furudad saved Takano. True. That's why she was so tall, actually. They didn't mention her trench coat in the text, but it was there. Crown Nova. I've already read ahead after Miyakashi, but I've been watching the VODs, and the things I've missed, even in those short arcs, can't decide if I want to reread on my own or rewatch the VODs now. You could do both. I'm just saying, there's always room for more peak in your life. Jupiter, I cannot stress enough how much Umi alone changed my life. It genuinely made me a more empathetic and less hateful person. Before Umi, I held such hatred in my heart for those who abused me, but now I can feel pity and empathy rather than the hate that was holding me back from recovery before. Yeah, I mean, like, Ryukishi is very, very good at weaving narratives and themes that make you really think about life in a different way. And even when even if I don't agree with him on literally everything he ever says, he still has so many, like, profound things to say that I'm just like, well, spit your shit, King. And, like, genuinely, yes, like, same here. Like, there have definitely been things in both Higurashi and Umineko that have made me think about life in a different way and literally have, like, I think made me a better person as a result. Bira, can vouch for character creation, doing stuff, literally gender swap my FF14 character as my egg cracked and it felt so much better. Absolutely, 100% agreed. Seditious, I'll get a full Furudad doc ready soon, hopefully before the epilogue, but due to making character songs and working awful hours, now it's going to be a bit complicated to get time for. Yeah, that's, makes sense, obviously. I hope we can do it, but you've got, like, you've got all of next week and, most of the next, so hopefully that helps. Hibaki Gaming, I do genuinely think that my life has been greatly impacted by When They Cry, in no small part to you, Mercy, and the community, but, like, man, what a thing to delve into during young adulthood. It is so special. Absolutely. Oh my god. Man. I could do both. Yeah, you could. Kind of, I got my partner to read Umineko before we got together, and it's been so fun. I credit the introduction to Peak as to why we are together. It brings people together. Okay, I don't mean to cut anybody off. Maybe I'll even read a little bit more chat after, but I want to go ahead and start showing some art, just because I'm sure people have been patient about getting their art seen. So let's go ahead and do that. Why don't we? So, starting off, firstly, with this absolutely gorgeous piece from Marigel on both Blue Sky and on Tumblr. I've been keeping up with NezumiVA's Higurashi streams, and I can't believe tomorrow is the finale. This was published yesterday. Thanks to Marcy for taking us all through Umineko and Higurashi, and to all my fellow stream watchers for your goofs, arts, and theories. We found all the fragments we need. It's time to say goodbye to June 1983. And in the tags, gonna miss these kids. Tried to do a vaguely Kingdom Hearts menu-inspired thing. It was very fun, and laying down those blue shadows made me very happy. Things to, like, remember and do again, LMAO. This is absolutely so sweet. I love this so much. This is so good. Everybody's expressions, they're so cute. This, man, I love this so much. This is so unbelievably sweet. Man, I love this a lot. I love this a lot. Oh, Twink Tank, is your art not showing up? Oh, and there's another one that got kind of mixed up in the tags as well. I will look for it when I get to to Tumblr stuff. But yeah, this is really, really good. Also, just like the colors especially are really. I see exactly what you mean from like the Kingdom Hearts menu type thing. I think you did a really good job with that, actually. Also, the fragments themselves are just so pretty. They're so cute. I know, funny thing to say about rocks, but they're so sparkly. They're so good. Want to eat them? Yeah, literally, Gloomy, I'm gonna eat it. But yeah, it's very, very good. Also, everybody's poses are just so filled with personality. Like, their poses and expressions are so full of personality as well. I really, really like this. Thank you. Next up, we have this from Don Pon Pon on Blue Sky. I'm not worried for him, because trains don't die. After all, trains don't grin. Oh my god, Train Tomitake is fucking awesome. I'm so glad that somebody did it. Thank you. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. This is so good. The circle. It's just his face contained. Oh man. This is really good. Thank you. Next up, we have this from Indigo at Torrential Stardust on Blue Sky. Post Ushiramiya Butchler when they least expect it. I mean, hey. It's perfect. No notes. Hands up, absolute cinema. This is really fun. I like this a lot. This is a good design. And I mean, hey, we all know that it would work. We all know that it would work. Watch the Umineko streams if you haven't already. You should do that. If you tuned in for Higurashi first and you weren't there for the Umineko streams, you should go watch those. They're pretty good. Thank you, Indigo. Once again, Chiyoko, at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. Tonight is the finale of Higurashi, excuse me. And we finally found that one fragment where everyone's miracle could happen, and only because of all the other fragments connecting to this one. It truly is a miracle come true. Aww. This is so pretty. I'm really impressed with the composition here. I'm glad that you could kind of like work in all of your different ideas, because I know I saw you kind of agonizing about doing multiple different ideas, and getting to kind of work them all in together like this is really, really fun. I think this is a really fun idea conceptually, and you executed on it really, really well. Super, super good. And I recognize this frame of Houjyou from the manga as well. Very cool. Oh, Takano with the young Takano. And that, yeah, this group shot from the manga as well. Man. So good. Really, really good work, as always, Chiyoko. Thank you. Moving on over to Tumblr stuff. First, and I will add the Tumblr stuff that was missing for some reason in a moment. But starting off with this stuff from The Death Bird. Credit to Donkey for bio as always. Satoko Houjyou, mischievous genius, SSS, or triple S, ranking. Satoko is a master at setting traps. Her ability to think multiple steps ahead and plan for any possibility makes sure that her enemies will always fall for at least one of her tricks. She often turns this ability on her allies during training and downtime, but never in more important moments. EX, L5 patient, negative triple S. Having reached L5 of Hinamizawa syndrome in the past, Satoko was extremely susceptible to stress. High stress levels heavily impair her abilities as a Gauntlet Knight, especially her cooperation with her Ket. Due to her value as an elite Gauntlet Knight and persuasive testimony from the HAU, Hinamizawa Armed Unit, medical staff, the ABC, Accounting and Bookkeeping Committee has decided to accommodate her. Very fun cloud thing here as well. And then also we have Hanyu. It's the creature. Hanyu Furude, scapegoat. Hanyu is quick to blame herself when mistakes are made by other members of her Ket. This greatly reduces the stress of the others, bolstering their confidence in exchange for Hanyu taking all of the self-doubt. Ooh. Wisdom of Goddess, triple S. Hanyu is essential in uniting her Ket in difficult times. She says the right things to the right people to restore motivation. This thorough understanding of others can be seen off the battlefield as well. Many in the HAU Hinamizawa Armed Unity have commented that it sometimes feels like Hanyu has known them for their entire life. Very, very cool ideas, as always with this. The little fragment and horn is very nice on this one. Make sure that okay. Oh yeah, maybe zoom out here. From Ubi-Ubi, against my better judgment, I had to doodle this. What a normal couple. The gigantic, tall Furudad with the eye poking out is so funny. Oh my god. Slender Man proportions.
Master of disguise.
This is so funny. This is really good. Also the clothes are just really well rendered as well. Very, very fun. Rika, find my 8 pages in the Hinamizawa Woods. Isn't that just Keiichi's dad? What's the joke? Okay, let me drag the window over. It's unfortunately, it's smaller for a moment while I pull up stuff. Sorry. It's just how it's gonna be. It's doing that. But yeah, let me pull up the other stuff that got missed real quick. Because Tumblr is a normal website with a good tagging system, apparently. So, first, we have this from the Grand Dash Arcana, or Grifters. The last 2 girls. If I'm honest, I'm so glad that Hanyu is a thing at all, because when I started, I thought I was going to have to post Ren all by herself. These 2 already had outfits that didn't need any much modifications, admittedly, or maybe I was just tired. Ren, of course, has her cleaver, and Hanyu just smites you. She is a very special magical girl. I love drawing Hanyu's hair. I might do similar stuff for Keiichi and Satoshi at a later point. This is really fun. Also, yeah, Hanyu hair is always fun to draw. She's so fluffy. Really, really like the ribbons on Hanyu as well. It's very Homer. It's very Homer. But, yeah. Yeah, honestly, like, yeah, even the original outfits themselves actually kind of, like, lend themselves well to the theming, so I see what you mean by not having to really change too much. I do like the really cool horns on Houjyou as well. They're so big. I like. Very, very good. Let me look at your blog, Twink Tank, to make sure that I get the... Yeah, there it is. I don't know why it didn't show up in the tag, which is very strange. Hope nobody else's art is getting, like, unceremoniously not showing for some reason. But yeah, we have this finished piece of the one that you showed last time. This one got even angstier while coloring it. I wanted to get something done in time for the finale stream over on NezumiVA's channel. Reading/watching through Higurashi for the first time has been such a wild ride. I think this story honestly made me a richer person and a better writer as well. The messages of empathy, communication, seeing many dimensions to each person you cross, the nuanced portrayals of mental illness and abuse, and the social systems that surround and often suffocate young people. It's stunning. I was having trouble distilling how I feel about this story into a single piece of art. I hope it at least conveys a tiny sliver of what this story means to me. And yeah, this is absolutely fantastic. The coloring is fucking gorgeous. Like, oh my goodness. This is really, really good. Like, goddamn. Like, you already did a really fantastic job on, like, the work in progress piece as it was. But yeah, with the additional color especially, like, you knocked this out of the fucking park. The sort of, like, almost, like, rashy sort of red pattern around Rena is so... hurts me. And, like, the lighting on Houjyou, too, is, like, so, like, nice and, like, ethereal looking. God. This is gorgeous. This is really, really gorgeous. I wish I could, like, say smarter things about it, other than just being like, this is really good, it's really pretty, but you know what I mean, like, I talked about it last time too, but, like, yeah, you did a really, really good job with this. Next one on Tumblr, I will go ahead and warn you guys before I put it up on the screen, it's pretty violent, it's pretty, like, gorish. So if you're bad with that sort of thing, if that kind of thing makes you squeamish, you might want to turn away from the screen for a moment, and I'll let you know when it's off the screen. But I'm about to switch over to it in just a second, so I'm just gonna go ahead on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, boop. We have this here again from Akil Noir. In contrast to Takano, see part 1 of my series of pieces trying to depict various characters' perception of violence in Higurashi, Shion and Miyakashi received some of the most graphic descriptions in the series during its climax. As such, it necessitated getting a bit graphic here, but Shion's perspective at this point feels so disconnected from reality, despite how she dwells upon every nitty-gritty detail of the horrible things she does, that it wouldn't have felt right not to exaggerate things. In this scene in particular, she revels in the violence, finds it beautiful, well, she says she does at least. Miyakashi Shion isn't exactly the most reliable source, even for her own actual feelings on things. Speaking of Miyakashi, I actually did make something along the lines of the general concept of the series several years ago with the nail scene, which is the main reason I didn't do it here. I really wanted to at least get one more piece done before the epilogue, and unexpectedly I finished one before Matsuyobayashi's end, yay! It's been so fun to revisit the series, these streams have been a highlight for me. Aw, thank you. Geez, after those tags, I'll understand if it's too graphic to show on stream. Yeah, I was debating about this for a second, but I figured that I didn't want your incredible effort to go to waste, because this is really good. I do really like, because the quote that you chose from Shion was what I saw before me was a beautiful sight. And I do genuinely think that despite the, like, visceralness of this scene in terms of its actual violence, at least in terms of the narration, I think genuinely it's one of the most, like, grittily described, like, lurid sort of, like, violent scenes in terms of the actual visual novel's description. But it is so fucking underserved by the anime, which is so, like, gratuitous, but also, like, has no substance to it whatsoever because of the lack of, like, inner monologue or anything. There is something really interesting about Shion's description of, like, being sort of mesmerized by the line of, like, life and death being crossed, of, like, being unable to sort of tell where that, like, where a person ceases to be a living organism and becomes like a corpse. You know what I mean? And like the thing about Rika sort of like performing a rite unto herself and like all that stuff. It's really interesting and very like thoughtfully written, I think, for something as brutal as it is. So sort of like playing around with this sort of like bright color contrast and just turning it into this sort of like almost like psychopop kind of style type thing. I you know, like sort of, not, I'm sorry to borrow the Danganronpa term, I know, cursed, but like, you know what I mean, of just this like hyper violent but also like extremely colorful sort of realization of like a violent act. I think that just like adds something very like interesting to it, and it also kind of like, it really captures the essence of like the idea of the scene very well, of like Shion sort of having that disconnect of being in fear of what she's seeing and seeing it as this very visceral thing, but also being sort of mesmerized and like thinking it's oddly beautiful in a way. And I think you really captured that extremely well. Also, your colors are just fucking gorgeous. It's really, really good. I did toy with using Danganronpa Pink Blood for this. I understand. It makes sense. But yeah, I genuinely, like, that scene in particular is one that I think is really, really difficult to convey in the way that it was written in a visual medium, just by the virtue of the visual medium kind of lingering more on the, you know, like the actual like shock value of like what you're seeing, as opposed to the way that Shion is experiencing it on an emotional level, I guess. And I think that like in terms of trying to approximate that vibe, you did a very good job of attempting that. And this is, again, like, I mean, your work is always fantastic. So I mean, you know, that's kind of a given, but like, but I think that you definitely achieved your goal here yet again. Really, really impressed, and looking forward to seeing the other ones that you have on the docket for this. So, very, very cool. Moving on to Discord, we have this from Gloomy Squids. Long ago, when humans and demons inhabited the world, the Onigari no Riwo was used to defeat the demon god. Nobody has seen the sword for 1,000 years since. However, it's supposed to be sealed inside the statue of Oyashiro-sama, and will remain there so long as belief in Oyashiro-sama continues. Headless helped me with this piece. Hell yeah! He did the Onigari no Riwo. Ah! That's so cool! Everyone tell him that he's super good at drawing weapons, because he is. Absolutely, this looks great. This is slightly based on the Higurashi Mei card. Thank you, Marcy, for reading Peak. May we all realize its brilliance and superiority to the anime, LMAO. True! But seriously, though, I'm so happy that we went through all of this together. May we all come together when something else cries. Wah. Me. I'm crying right now. This is really good, though. You guys totally knocked it out of the park. Super, super cool to see that you guys collaborated for this one as well. I knew that you were doing that, but I had forgotten like today until seeing this again, and I was like, oh right, you were doing that. And it came together really, really well. I really like the effects on this, the coloring, and of course, Headless, the sword! The sword looks fucking awesome! You did a great job with this. Yeah, never say that you're not good at art again. I'll beat you up. Oh, man, it's really cool. Man, I like this. I like this a lot. I thought that, like, I should finally contribute to art time for once in my life. Yeah, no, absolutely! Please! By all means. Yeah, this is really, really cool. I like this a lot. Hanyu gets to Aura Farm just this once. Yeah, really, really good. Speaking of aura farming, the most aura farming couple of all time. Seditious. Not what I thought I'd be making for the main Higu finale, but I've become obsessed with the idea of Agasaka x Okonogi as enemies to still enemies, but they might kiss ship. So I decided to try drawing the pair in their 100% accurate poses from the end of fight last stream, hoping to finish Keiichi/Satoshi as the Roaring Knight in their Black Knife cover for the epilogue stream. It just got more complicated since I want to draw the entire club for it. Oh, that sounds really cool. But, like, I mean, yeah, so many of you were clamoring for this in the chat. I saw that some of you were a little disappointed that you didn't get your additional Okonogi Akasaka Yaoi, so there you go. It's here. It's beautiful. Gaze upon it. Seditious. Fantastic job. No notes. Absolute peak. I love the, like... Oh my god, the, like, shy, small Okanoki. So good. Oh, this is so, like, reminiscent of, like, you know, like, when people would do, like, yaoi base art on DeviantArt? What a nostalgic time to me, specifically. You brought me right back. I didn't expect to see Moe find Okanogi today. Oh my god. It's so good. Literally the only thing I've drawn with an art tablet ever. I mean, honestly, for the only thing you've ever drawn with a tablet, it's actually really good. But that I'm so glad to have commemorated your first tablet drawing with this. Thank you so much, Soldier. And next we have this from Rahela. This is quite a mood whiplash, but now everyone, let's move forward with our hearts, all our hearts as one, and embrace the coming days of laughter. The voices of the Higurashi sing a holy song, and now the world begins anew. That I was able to meet these wonderful friends in this time and place was the true miracle of this tale. With you, bonds. We need to listen to that song, actually. Maybe I'll pull that up after this drawing. Or, well, maybe at the end of art, rather. The U version with literally all of the club members is so... Oh, it's so good, and it makes me so... But yeah, I'm glad that you quoted it. I'm not sure how many people actually know this song exists. To my knowledge, it was only released on a fan disc attached to the anime. I can't remember specifically which one. I want to get my hands on it sometime. It was a special version of Dear You that was sung by all the main cast, and it's my favorite version of the song, and I couldn't think of a more fitting song for the finale of this incredible journey. Higurashi has been a tale about trust, friendship, and community, what happens when it's been lost, and what happens when you get it back. And it is a tale of forgiveness, not only forgiving others for their past mistakes and failures, but forgiving yourself for your own. And so, everyone, Rika, Keiichi, Rena, Mion, Shion, Satoko, Hanyu, and even Satoshi, in spirit, can free themselves from the labyrinth of tragedy. May the regrets seep into the Watanagashi's cotton balls and drift away on the river. This is really, really pretty, and I like it a lot. The, like, glowing cotton. This is really, really good. You really outdid yourself with this one. Very, very good. The Rika especially is very nice. It's like, you know, oh, she finally... It very much conveys that, like, catharsis very well, I think. Yeah, I think that's honestly a good way to put the piece in general, is it just conveys the catharsis. Yeah, man. I feel so warm and fuzzy inside. Absolutely, you're very welcome. You've consistently been submitting really, really fantastic stuff to every stream, and again, you did a fantastic job with this. Had some KH inspiration for mine, too. It has a way of crossing over, doesn't it? You wouldn't think, on the surface level, that Higurashi and Kingdom Hearts are a thing that people would compare a lot, but search inside yourself. You know it to be true. Yeah, really, really good. Next up, we have this from Dav in the server, at Space Caribou. I can't believe we're finally at the end, as I'm about to enter a new stage of life starting school again. It feels fitting that this series comes to a close. I can't possibly say how much these streams and the community around them have meant to me over these many months, starting with Umineko during a really difficult and confusing phase in my life. These streams and your work have been an amazing weekly get-together with a new, incredible community of friends. It is a bittersweet feeling to now enter something that's exciting and new, but also something that I know will have a great impact on my time. Likely to be, to some negative extent when it comes to hanging out here. Aww. It remains to be seen what the future holds, but I am glad I got to be fully present to have fun with Higurashi and give it my best submitting fan art every week. Thank you so much to you, Marcy, for inviting us all into this amazing world, and I'm excited for what's next. Much love to you all. This is so sweet, Dev. Well, I wish you the best of luck with everything. I do hope that you get to still stick around and talk with everybody, because you're awesome, and we love having you around. And your art has also been really good every single week, and I keep wanting to compliment you on that all the time. But yeah, no, genuinely, like, even just, like, diverting away from the art for a moment, like, you're great, Dav. We care about you. Thank you. I really do hope that everything goes well for you. And, whether you're able to stick around or if you're just busier, either way, we will be more than happy to chat whenever you're able to. But yes, talking about the art, this is really, really sweet. Man, just the warmness of the poses of everybody huddled around, it's so nice. And of course you did a very good job drawing me too. Thank you for including me. I'm glad I could be there. I just walk up and sit next to them and be like, wow, guys, that was a crazy journey, right? And they all look at me and they're like, who the fuck are you? and then I lose at a card game and everything's fine. They're like, oh, okay, I understand. Well, you're obviously the newbie. We'll have to show you the ropes. But yeah, the gang is your best friends. I mean, I would like it if they would be. I would be happy about that. Man, this is very cozy piece here. Fantastic work. Surprise! I tricked you and did two things. Also, Dav. For the Umineko finale, I had a lot of fun writing some original music and flexing a different artistic muscle, so I decided I wanted to do something similar for this finale, too. This time I wanted to write something resembling credits music, but Higurashi already has credits music, Sora no Muko, so what else was there to do but an arrangement? I was majorly inspired by the track Staff Credits A from Mario Kart Wii OST when arranging, and I hope that comes through and everyone enjoys. Ooh, very interesting. Okay, let me mute the game real quick so that we can listen to this together. Ooh. Really funky but relaxing. Yeah, impeccable vibes. Just so you know, I'm probably gonna like save and listen to this by myself. Actually kind of reminds me of too. It kind of reminds me of the end credits theme for Sonic Advance 3. Complimentary. I love that track. Man, that was really good. Absolutely, please post that separately somewhere. Please do. That was fucking fantastic. You nailed that. Damn. That was really good. And we do have one last thing from Eva Curry. A cornered fox. Yeah, this is nowhere near done, but I wanted to at least scribble down this scene because, man... Man is correct. Man. The symbol is... This is really good. Evie, I'm super excited to see a finished version of this if you keep working on it. Your brain is so fucking huge. This is crazy. The tree too, and the lighting, and man, yeah, you did a fantastic job with this. I'm very much looking forward to seeing more of this one. I just had to stop because of my arm. Yeah, totally understandable. But yeah. Haven't posted this on either site, lol, and I'm not sure if I will, but I'd be happy to send the file to anyone in Discord. Totally fair, totally fair. No, yeah, I would love to. Extends my hands, please. I would love to be able to just recreationally listen to it. Very, very much enjoy that track. But yeah, fantastic job with this, Evie, as well. All right, let's tab through everything one more time. Wow. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Well, this has been a fantastic finale stream. But as I said before, next week I will be gone. No streams next week. The week after that, I will come back and we'll do Saikoroshi Hen, the epilogue to Higurashi. That will be on the 8th of August. I probably will not be back in time to do another Tuesday stream that week, so sorry about that. And then I'm going to be gone again the week after that too. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, wait. Yeah. Rahela. Yes. True. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot. Goblin Gym with the New Zealand $20. I can't think of a message, but I just wanted to give you the money. So pee pee poo poo wah wah wee woo. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Goblin Gym. My strongest warrior, Goblin Gym. Thank you. I appreciate you. But yes, before we go to our outro, then I will pull up the... Sorry. Got myself muted. But I will pull up the song with subs. Copy the link. Please enjoy this wonderful song. I will mute myself for it.
最後わかってた
差し伸べられたその手にすがることできず運命の歯車になれなかった
それでもあなたは笑顔でこんな私を抱きしめてそして教えてくれたね運命と戦う勇気だから強くなれた気づいたよ私は一人じゃないのさあ行こうみんな心を一つにしていかなる嵐も乗り越えて日暮らしの声が詩篇を奏でて今世界がその幕を開ける
諦めたくはないもう誰も失いたくない
いくつもの世界を必死にもがき続けてきたからこそ信じようよ僕らは知ってる奇跡残した場をさあ行こうみんな手と手を重ね合っていかなる苦境も乗り越えて全てのかけらが輝き出す時新しい世界の幕が上がる何度生まれ変わっても出会える素晴らしい仲間に強い絆で結ばれている
だから未来をつなごうみんなで
みんなで
運命なんて簡単に変えられるんだ
悩みがあるなら仲間に相談するそれが一番ですわ私を信じてさあ手を伸ばして世界のどこだろうとこの仲間たちがいれば退屈しないねお姉私たち来世も双子がいいね
僕は戻るんだあの笑顔のある世界に
この世界に敗者はいらぬ信じる力が運命を切り開く奇跡を起こすそうみんなが教えてくれたから放たれた罪を私が許そう儚い小さな人の子よ全てが終わった今はただただみんなが幸せであれさあ行こうみんな心を一つにして笑い合える日はこの腕に日暮らしの声が詩篇を奏 初めここで出会えたこと、それがこの物語の奇跡。
Thank you for watching, everybody. That is a good note to end off on. So, yeah, we'll be going to our outro now. I'll be giving you a little preview of what to expect for our next Big Friday series. So I hope you enjoy that. And, yeah, thanks for being here. I'll see you for Higurashi as well. Have a great rest of your night, and thank you for being here. Bye, everyone.
「何を探しているの欲望